Hey, what's happening, everybody?
It's the dark stream.
Welcome to it.
The edgiest Twitch stream that you're watching right now.
So today, we've got one more day before Streets of New Capenna drops. We are grinding up in Mythic. We're sitting at, I think, 96% on the ladder. And we left off yesterday working on this red-black Arcanist Kroxa list, you know, value, just a beauty of a list in many ways. And so we figured we'd pick up, we'll run it back, and we'll see if we can get into the top 1200 today. There's still like 3 days left in the season. So any notes here before we get going on the deck itself?
On the deck itself, so we made some changes towards the end of the stream yesterday. Well, we started on the Rakdos Goblins, and that didn't go so great.
Oof, no.
The format just isn't set up for that anymore.
No.
So, yeah, we started messing with this. We were having some problems with, you know, things that could go over the top of us, and we couldn't deal with it because it would be like we need 3 kill spells or something.
Yeah.
So we got some kind of get out of jail free action going on with Meat Hook Massacre and trying some different haymakers like Hazaret, you know, from Old Standard. Gonna give it a crack and tried to have some cards that gave us a little bit more value, like Murderous Rider instead of Bedevil.
Yeah, it's kind of it's threat heavier now, and that was part of the problem. Is we kept running into these matches where if Kroxa didn't get there, we didn't get there.
Yeah, we were not closing games.
So we shifted the go blanks over to Graveyard Trespassers to apply some pressure and focus on the value that Graveyard Trespasser presents, as well as a hefty threat if they don't deal with it. And then push the Murderous Riders in over the Bedevils, and I think we dumped a Meat Hook Massacre in over what is it, the Spikefield Hazard? No.
Some crap.
Yeah,
there were some cards in there that were one-ofs that just, they were narrow or just not impactful enough, not capable of doing enough. Yeah. Graveyard Trespasser is an example of the kind of card that needs to populate decks like this, these sort of mid-range card advantage decks that don't really have engines to them. Where everything, like, you know, it's going to be able to clock, it's not the best clock, but it can get it done, it's hard to kill, you can kill it, but you're going to lose cards doing it with targeted damage, and otherwise it's got to, you know, we got to get into combat with it or sweep it up.
Yeah.
It provides a little bit of incidental life gain, and it provides a little bit of graveyard removal. And this is the kind of thing, you start stringing a handful of these cards together that can do a variety of purposes, and we sort of build an engine out of a bunch of tiny gears.
Yeah, and that's what you see in the 3-drop slot in particular. You see engine cards that can 2-for-1, that can do multiple things, that can have multiple effects and aren't easy to deal with. And you also see a little bit at the 2-drop slot where this is much more interactive with the graveyard in particular, but you know, these are engine cards to a degree as well. They require more setup here than they do up in the 3-drop slot, but engines they are. And then the 4-drops are just straight up killers and engines all on their own. But that's what you see, 2, 3, and 4. You're just seeing different styles of engines to go along with all of these 1-mana, cheap, effective answers to much of the format. Now, if I remember correctly, we were talking about pushing out the duress in the main.
I would be in favor of removing the duress for something that gave us more action. That's kind of my problem with a card like duress, and actually similarly with Cling to Dust, is that they're doing really specific things.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's typically fine at 1 mana, but we need our cards to be impactful off the top in a deck like this as often as possible, and that we're going to face some challenges with that because we're playing 4 Thoughtseize and 2 IOKs.
But my vote here is if we're going to push towards that, let's push into the 4 Fatal Push, because this deck can abuse Fatal Push pretty well.
Yes, it can.
And I think it should.
Well, the format's presenting us with a lot of targets for it, too.
And I think we can push the Cling to Dust and the Duresses out to the sideboard, and we can lose 1 card off the sideboard. Of the cards we can lose, let's see, if we want the Cling to Dust to stick, we got to figure out something else on this sideboard.
I think it's probably one of those Feed the Swarms. Why do we have 2?
I think that was for the Selesnya Enchantments deck, but frankly, we've got Hidetsugu, which to me was more important in that matchup. We didn't see it game 3.
We didn't see it, but it would have
been backbreaking if we did, though. It would have 3-for-1 though.
Yeah. So we drop out a Feed the Swarm. And do we have a copy of the Meat Hook Massacre in the sideboard?
We don't. We can put another one in.
Yeah, let's throw another one in, because we might need some more get out of jail free cards with this.
Okay.
And let's do that. on the sideboard instead of that other Feed the Swarm. Because it's just a weak card.
Okay, I'm in for this. So we've shifted it a little bit here. If you are tuning in through Facebook or YouTube, we're going to be following the chat over here on Twitch. So feel free to hop on over and come have some fun. Let's get cracking here. Traditional, historic, ranked, Rakdos grind.
Here we go.
Let's get after it. Let's see if we can pop into this top 1200. And either way, I mean, win, lose, or draw, the point of these games are to learn. You know, figure out what the format is, what we're trying to do in this format.
I mean, what the format's going to be for another couple days. The point right now is to grind and learn, you know, how good these cards are that are probably going to get outmoded by a certain Rakdos card from the new set.
It might get slotted right into this, frankly.
It might.
Or my guess is it goes into Anvil, where it can sack a million things. This is fine. This seems absolutely fine. We've got action, we've got a curve, and we get to do the turn 1 IOK, which always feels a little filthy.
Tasty.
Right?
So tasty.
Just a little bit
That is
filthy.
my favorite turn 1 move. Prismari Command's a fine target. What is that?
So this is going to get fatal pushed, so I'm not super concerned about this. The question is, do we want to hit the Narset?
Probably.
Yeah, I think it's the Narset here, because they have just counter and doesn't matter that much.
I know that we're not playing Vintage, but that is restricted in Vintage, and for good reason, if you played any Vintage.
It also shuts down our Fable and our Sorin.
Right, like a Vintage restricted card would.
Right.
It's incredibly powerful.
Yeah, we can... Okay, so that was not necessarily correct because of the Fabled Passage issue. We moved a little quick on that one. We'll still smash here, and...
Oh, yeah, our turn 3 might be fucked now.
Yeah,
And it is.
we time walked.
And it is. Whoops.
We time walked.
Well, maybe. Maybe. If we hit a land drop next, it won't feel so bad. But, yikes.
Alright. We'll push this one on over into red, I believe. Yes. Make sure we have
need our double red.
Yep.
Bada bing!
Alright.
Hey.
Now, whatever we dump out is going to get countered. They've got the Wizard's Retort up, so the question is, what's the best thing to get countered here?
Probably a Trespasser.
I think so.
The thing we have 2 of.
Yeah. Let's get that counter done. There's the Retort. And
Wizard says no.
And back there we go. Okay, so probably another counter, but we're going to force it either way.
What are we going to make him counter this time?
Well, Fable doesn't make a lot of sense, because they're going to be able to get their value on that.
Are they? I mean, they can kill the token.
Okay. I'm down for trying. I don't think we need to leave up 2 mana. I don't know that there's a 2 mana counterspell that I'm worried about in this format. Jawari Disruptions and Sunless, but that's 1.
Maybe they're playing 2 copies. Why not? We're going to play that land anyway.
That's a fair point.
Don't want to get blown out by something that we couldn't think of in the moment.
And out goes the Fable.
Especially in an Eternal format, where there's a great deal of things one could neglect to consider.
Well, the question there was whether we wanted to save the mountain to discard to Fable. But, I'm mostly curious what they do after this.
We have learned that this deck is mana hungry, though.
True. And for good reason. I don't think we discard here. I'm pretty happy with
No, this is all
threats.
quality. This is all quality.
I think, honestly, I'm going into... They didn't counter this, so I'm tempted to go into a Sorin here.
I like Sorin because if we draw a land next turn, we can...
Double.
Yeah, double spell. And if we resolve that Sorin, we probably will have a land by next turn.
Right. And if we don't, at least we'll have eaten up some counters and we can keep on grinding. Because if they're going to play the 1-for-1 game, this is going to eat them alive.
Yeah. 1-for-1 is a fine game as long as it ends with Seasoned Pyromancer hitting the board. Sublime Epiphany. My.
That's an awfully spicy number there. All right.
Was it cast as a cryptic command?
Yeah. Counter draw. And I think we're going to...
I guess that's a dismiss for those of you back from the OGs from Tempest.
All right. So I think we're just dumping... Ooh, is it the Hazoret? Just, I mean, like, we can't swing with it, but if they left up Sublime Epiphany number 2 mana, right?
Okay.
So the question is, do we want the Hazoret so that if we get a land, we get to go boom boom next turn, or do we want to just bait it out because Hazoret's probably darn near impossible for them to deal with.
I'd say let's play a Trespasser and bait it out.
Because I'm fine if they want to run Sublime Cryptics back and forth, because we can win that with these.
Mm-hmm.
If they... Okay, that's fine. That doesn't actually faze me much at all. As long as they don't have a counter here,
we got some really good value against those Prismari commands. Opponent basically just traded 2 Prismari commands for the Kiki Jiki enchantment.
I'm just dumping this out to make sure that nothing weird happens.
Get rid of that. Get rid of that. This is a deck that's probably playing that Gear Hulk.
Right? And that's the card we got to make sure they can't Gear Hulk back. Because then they get to copy Gear Hulk with it.
Yeah, and everything goes completely pants-poopingly bad.
Right.
Torrentially pants-poopingly bad.
Sometimes you get hulked.
I was more of a fan of the Verdurous Gear Hulk when they were in Standard. Playing that with Winding Constrictor and Walking Ballista was awesome.
See, that's what I liked about those Gear Hulks, man. Like, there were multiple options in competitive play, and they were all interesting. Like, I played Cataclysmic like crazy with God Pharaoh's Gift. That was my favorite mini combo, was going God Pharaoh's into Cataclysmic, blow the whole board up, keep my God Pharaohs and my Gear Hulk.
Yeah, we saw good play out of most of those Gear Hulks. We saw play out of the green one, Verdurous, the blue one, Torrential, the white one, Cataclysmic. What does that leave us with? The red one was cool, but I don't think it ever saw any serious use.
Noxious did.
Noxious was great. I played Noxious Gear Hulk, hell yeah.
Oh, and they let it flip.
Wow.
Guess who's getting the Thoughtseize into a Hazaret?
Oh my god, this feels great.
Do you want to try and deal with the Thoughtseize or the thing that comes right after it?
Please counter the Thoughtseize.
Are they seriously going to discard a card to
no,
bounce
you
it?
fool. Well, actually, that's pretty good against our Hazaret that they don't know about.
That's fine. I think
hang on, because we know their hand, right? It's just a land.
Yeah. Just dump it?
Yeah, they can't stop us.
Just have it sit there and go, okay.
Right, because, well, if we play Graveyard Trespasser, it can't attack this turn either.
Mm. And if we draw a land, we can just discard all our way through. Well, okay, so we can't quite pull that off.
Or we could Season Pyromancer, dump 2 cards,
and make a land, we're there.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yes, those are fine.
And now we get full Pyromancer value.
Otawara, Okay, I'm still doing this.
Same score.
And now we have an army in a can also.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I'm going to leave Sekenzen for a moment. There's no need to play this one yet.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Next turn, no matter what we do, we can make a land drop, play Hazaret, and presuming it resolves, swing with it.
Anger off the top.
Not bad. Not bad.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what you have. You could have a counter.
Whatever it is, it's gone unless it's a land. And then we have looked and seen your
Archmage
pants, I guess.
They had the counter.
This was a better move.
And we got the Gear Hulk.
Yeah, get that thing out of here. Get that thing out of here with its beautiful art. Smash. I miss doing that. Look at that. That looks like something that can help end a game right there.
I think we leave this because we can still get 2
we leave
ones
it.
out of it.
Yeah, we leave it.
2 Otawaras. Interesting.
They got use out of it.
Let's see. We still have to do a thing.
We use Hazaret. No, don't play it. Use Hazaret's ability to curse scroll the opponent.
To that end.
And discard Blood Chief's Thirst. Yeah.
Yeah.
And now we just smash.
1 turn to draw an answer.
Yep.
And we still have Seasoned Pyro.
Another lovely thing about Hazaret is even if they can, put blockers in front of it or pacify it or whatever, it's still curse scroll to the dome for every card you've got. It's great.
This is a spicy one-of to have. It's a very spicy one-of.
Yeah. Kaboom, kaboom.
How do you deal with the Hazaret?
You scoop it up, and you has another chance.
Okay, still doing this, because they have Torrential Gear Hulks.
We can take our Meat Hook Massacre out of the main, though. That's not going to do us much good.
Yeah, Meat Hooks go away. They have the Geist Channelers. Mm-hmm. Which means Fatal Push is probably worth keeping. Yeah, they've got enough targets for Fatal Push, but I don't think we want the Blood Chief Thirst that much.
No.
And I don't think Flame Bless does anything.
I don't think we want 4 Fatal Push either. I mean, I guess it depends on what we can bring in, right? Cling to Dust, we want that.
Yeah. Murder Strider's good. Instant speed deals with stuff.
The other Hazoret
seems good. This isn't because they're playing Angers already.
Right, yeah.
So
That's
really
just not great against something with a bunch of bounce spells, too. Legion War Boss is pretty good here. It means they need a sweeper to clean it up.
Army in a can's a good place to be.
Let's see. So what do we not need so much? What's not the most awesome here?
Well, I like what we're doing with most of these, honestly. Like, this is a lot of pressure, but we probably need to dump out some 3-drops. We're pretty heavy right now.
Let's dump
The question is, do we want Season, Legion, Fable?
Fable. I think it's Fable here.
You think?
I mean, their solutions line up with it pretty well of sweeping things up, and
It does present 2-for-1s that this doesn't with Prismari Command, though.
that's true, but
I mean, it also molds our hand and gives us grave
yes,
stuff.
that's also true. Let's look at our other 1-droppy stuff. Well, let's cut some fatal pushes. How about that?
I'm good with 1, and that puts us at 60, but they have 2-drops, multiple.
They do, but they get the value out of the Geist Channeler by it resolving, don't they?
Sure. But we still gotta kill it. Or else it just blocks forever against all of our 1/1s.
Yeah, there's a balance to be had here, but I don't think 4 fatal pushes is that balance.
That's fair. I think we can do 2 fatal pushes and 1 Unholy Heat, because that can kill a Gear Hulk.
It can kill a Gear Hulk. I like that balance a little bit better.
Run it back like this. We're about 10 seconds away. So.
Drop a Murderous Rider, grab another Unholy Heat.
Alright, let's do it. Game 2 against Oz666. Oh yes. Power of the Darkstream.
Very Sith-looking avatar there.
Oh yeah.
Ours looks a bit more like Darth on Dedu.
Yes. Alright, Oz.
Inventor of Essence Transfer. If you didn't know that. Waiting on the opponent.
Are we going to get a timeout victory? Is that where this is going? Because those are real annoying. That means we're sitting here for like 4 minutes.
No, that's fine. We can just talk about 4 minutes worth of stuff. You know what we were doing right before this was listening to Limp Bizkit.
Oh, true.
The new Limp Bizkit record, which is, you know what? It's good. It's good, and I don't care how that makes me look.
What is the deal that everybody has with Limp Bizkit? I don't understand what this vendetta is. I
feel like it's part of a broader vendetta against nu metal that only started breaking a few years ago. Like 2 or 3 years ago, people started acknowledging that Slipknot is great, but still making fun of nu metal as a genre and still making fun of Slipknot, which you should to some extent. But you know, like it's a pariah genre, and then bit by bit over the last few years, the headway that we got by people finally acknowledging that Slipknot is good is they started listening to some of the other stuff that was contemporary to when Slipknot was coming out. Going, oh wait, yeah, this nu metal, if I just remove the stick from my butt, I can hear how good it sounds.
Okay. So it's not like the vendetta people have with Nickelback.
No, because Nickelback's just actually bad. I think the problem with nu metal is that people feel like they're too cool for it. And feeling like you're too cool for something is, well, it's not very cool now, is it?
Alright, I guess we'll take the first one 1-0 despite a play error that
counting
almost
that
cost
victory
it.
for Limp Bizkit.
Yeah. 1 for the Bisquick.
Oh, dirty rotten biscuit.
And on and upward we go. Let's see where we get to.
We did all that thinking about sideboarding, and our opponent just went and sat on the John, you know?
Almost certainly was like, you know what? No, not dealing with this today.
My data's not worth this.
Oh, I could see it too.
Have you ever tried hopping off of the client on the computer and then taking it on the phone mid-match?
No. How's that working?
I haven't ever tried. It just occurred to me, you know, like when you're on Spotify.
Right.
And you switch, like it just knows which one you're using.
Yeah.
I wish Arena would do that, because sometimes there are circumstances that would make it convenient to suddenly have it on my phone for a few minutes.
All right, we're going to mull this one.
Oh, yeah.
And we're going to mull
Yikes,
again.
down to 5.
You know what they say about mulligan? You mull again.
That's Sure, a thing, I suppose. That's a keeper. Passage. And probably Mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah. We got to make the most out of what we got, and 2 dual lands is making the most of it.
I think we can go taps and then get the Inquisition next turn.
Let's do it now. Who knows what they've got? We're down on cards. Yeah, we gotta fuck up their shit if we can.
All right, so they're on Phoenix. We have to dump out the Expressive Iteration.
Absolutely.
The Faithless Looting is going to do a number against us, but there's no way to deal with that yet.
Expressive Iteration gets opponent multiple cards, though.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little too much gas. At least Faithless Looting is technically a paucity of gas. It's -1 card, so... This
sort of, it's like break even or better when one of those cards is a Phoenix, like it's about to be.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, game 1 here, we're not going to be in a good spot. We mulled to 5, and this is Phoenix. And this is a pretty good Phoenix hand.
That Fatal Push is unlikely to kill it as well.
Guess who's playing an Arcanist, though?
Oh, yeah.
Like, they have sorcery land creature, almost enough to Unholy Heat it, so... Probably they get there before we get to do this again, but...
Oh, boy. Well, now we got a Fatal Push target. Hey, I'm okay with this.
We are going to get to do IOK and push.
Yeah.
They get to Unholy Heat here. Okay. Pushy push.
Get out of here. Smackety smackaroo.
If we had cleaned at us right now, I'd actually feel good about where we're at.
Yeah, I mean, that's when you want your... Well, do we just take the Unholy Heat?
I don't think so, because this is going to give them a
Yeah,
lot.
that's some cash.
Right? Like, we get rid of that, they get to blow up 1 card, and there isn't much we can do with it at this point.
That's true.
And if we get a land, we get Graveyard Trespasser online for their Phoenix.
Which would be great.
So literally, it's can we get a land before they play 3 spells here?
Does Graveyard Trespasser ETB and trigger, or do you have to attack?
ETB triggers.
Yes!
That's
come on, land. Come on, land.
Unless they got a 1-mana spell right here, they are not getting Phoenix back.
Yeah.
And that's what it's going to boil down to. Did they top deck the 1-mana spell off opt? They did not.
Ooh,
okay.
Okay.
We can... Yeah.
We got to do it.
Yeah, we've got to keep the gas away. Okay.
Shit.
Well, they still only get to do Faithless Looting in 1 spell. It's not enough to get Phoenix online.
It's not.
We just need to get Trespasser online first, and then we can dump out their Phoenix, and there isn't a whole lot they can do.
Yeah, it was totally the right thing to thought seize there. The shit was, oh, they get to keep the cardboard to discard it to Faithless Looting and possibly keep more action.
Yep.
Which...
They get 1 more spell here.
It looks like they drew at least 1 more land.
Oh, what a
sometimes, you know...
It'd be like
sometimes.
that. Sometimes it'd be like that.
Sometimes.
That's alright. That's alright. They get...
I would like you to consider not playing more spells this turn.
Nope, they definitely got it if they put that on top. Yeah, they got that into Faithless. They'll get...
Boy.
Okay, so they get to do 1 Arclight Phoenix, but that's it.
Yeah,
And 1 Arclight Phoenix is raceable with a Graveyard Trespasser.
It sure is.
Possible. Plus, then we potentially could go Chandra into Graveyard.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Right. So unless they dump another Phoenix here, and they haven't, we've gotten lucky so far. They've only found 1 of them.
We have. Their draw was as...
Oh,
no.
Never mind.
Oh, no.
Okay, now I think we lose.
Now we're in trouble.
Yeah, we needed that to be untapped. We would have gotten at least 1 Phoenix out, and then we could have Chandra'd smack and gotten rid of the other one.
Let's see what we can do with what we got, though.
Right. We've got a moment here. Okay, so the question is, do we just torch one of these?
Let's game that out. If we torch one of those things, the other one could attack us, which is good because it put us to 5, or it could attack Chandra, which is also good because it kills Chandra.
They get to Otawara if we play this.
Yes, they do. And
they still have to lose the other card, but they don't
who
care.
Cares, right?
They don't care. They win if we don't Chandra, is what I'm thinking.
But if we Chandra, we're also taking an extra 2 points. So we go to 6, and then they knock us to 3.
Or they kill Chandra.
Or they kill Chandra. Or we play the land tapped, we exile a whatever, we go to 9. That's not super better against 2 of those, I guess. All right.
I think it's Chandra minus,
yeah,
and then we have to hope that they just don't see gas because there isn't another out.
We got to get lucky. And then we got to get lucky. And then we got to get lucky like 1 more time. And then we could take this game.
Well, not bad for a mold of 5. And frankly, we were very in it if that was untapped. You know.
It's not. We're not out. We're not out.
Johnny 1188. What have you got? Okay, we're pretty close to out now. That went on top again. So they should have it on that basis. Yeah.
Probably.
Oh, yep, that's lethal right there because they get to go land Faithless, other Arclight 6.
Well, maybe they'll fuck it up. Nope, they didn't. Okay.
You know, maybe they'll attack Chandra. Not so much, huh?
Gotta leave the opponent room for mistakes.
Right.
You leave the opponent room for mistakes, you're going to be rewarded over and over and over. And I don't care if you're talking about Magic or anything in life. It's just a good move.
All right, so we rock out. Let's see. Flame Blessed Bolt's great here. This is one of the matchups it's here for.
Sure is.
Murderous Rider does not do much.
Great.
Fable's a pretty slow.
So.
A lot of this is kind of slow for this matchup.
Soren's amazing here.
Yeah.
Chandra,
Phoenix I like.
Yeah, Phoenix is great. Let's bring in Phoenix.
Hazaret's kind of a risky scenario here.
Let's get rid of Hazaret. Let's start fitting some of those Hidetsugu. That seems decent just for blowing out the graveyard. I'd like at least one.
Yeah, it works for us and against us because of the Dread Hordes, but I think one is fine. I don't know that Meat Hook does much for us here.
It can sometimes clean up 2 of those things, but yeah, let's get rid of it. Let's get rid of it. And well, look at that. That's too many Fatal Pushes.
Fatal Push has the ability to hit Arclight.
If you are at 4, though?
It also hits their... They play 4 Dragon Channelers for sure, and then they should also...
Yeah, okay.
Like they're gonna
yeah,
play
I forgot about that. You're right.
So the question is, do we still want the Bloodchief Thirst?
I don't think so.
And do we want a Molten Impact?
No, because we're 60 for 60. What would we take out here?
No.
We'd have to start taking out threats, and we do still need to win. I keep wanting to board out Fable, but...
For what? That's the problem.
Right. I don't know.
We could do Duress here. They do...
That's so iffy here. You know, we just missed with a Thoughtseize.
Yeah.
And I get that that's just 1 out of 1 things, but... I like this. I like this setup just fine.
The Graveyard Trespassers should put some serious work in, and I like them better than the Go Blanks, frankly. Because while the
Go Blank can't fucking attack.
Can't keep doing its effect over and over as they keep refilling. I've definitely had games against this Izzet Phoenix deck where I've Go Blanked them twice and still lost. Come on, man.
Sorry, the next one will be great.
That's
pretty good, yeah.
This is reasonable. We dump back Kroxa, right?
Yeah, throwback Kroxa, or... Yeah, throwback Kroxa.
Yeah.
Because probably the first one, they're just like, whatever, here's my Phoenix.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's still cardboard out of their hand.
Okay, again. Let's open it.
Take it. What you got?
Yeah, they still... Okay, so they
Stormwing Entity, okay.
So they've got the Consider out now, so it's just expensive drops and lands.
Yep, this is a great place for us to start.
Except that Kroxa is not going to do much here.
It'll still take cardboard out of their grip.
Well, that's the problem.
Sort of. This might be one of those hands where one would consider dropping Phoenix, you know?
Yeah.
Like actually paying the mana for it.
True.
Because it gets to that point. Especially with a super awkward hand like this where you kind of have to dig to so many spells. Are they going to do some removal? They're thinking about it? Let's swing and see what that last card is.
Well, the question is, do we want to? Because Unholy Heat is hard to get online without it, right?
Yeah, but if we can take a Consider or something, we can shut down that hand so hard.
Well, that they just cast at instant speed.
Yeah, they can do that, but their deck's full of 1-drop stuff.
Will you dump out the Phoenix, or will you dump out a land? I'm actually kind of curious.
And that hand is so awkward right now. So awkward.
For both, yeah. We really need a land here. Another red land. We need 1 red land. 2 in a row would be perfect, but...
And see, they held their Phoenix. They're going to just hard cast both of these, and they're both going to be... Well, the Phoenix won't be a problem.
They're both kind of going to be a problem if we keep not drawing lands.
The Phoenix can eat the heat.
Interesting. Why that?
Stormwing Entity.
Really? Okay.
Scry 2 when it comes in.
I guess that's that, yeah. If we had Unholy Heat on, that'd be lovely. We don't. That's unfortunate.
We're far from it.
2 on top. That's not great. Okay. Well, if we had one more land, we would be okay, because then I could just discard.
We don't.
Go. Yeah. I think we're going to be at the mercy of the mulligans and variants on this one.
We'll see.
And that's okay. That happens sometimes. That's just variance in the Magic workplace, right?
It is not the will of the warrior. We're still playing this game.
Let's see here. Okay. So
Pass? Because if they Phoenix, we can Fable, crack the Fable Fatal Push. The Phoenix.
well, we can Unholy Heat here. Let's just kill it the normal way.
Oh, just get... Well, yeah, we can do both, actually.
Yeah, but we got to do the Dreadhorde.
Yeah, we got to do that now. Yeah, what you gonna do about that? Smiggity smash.
They need to...
Excellent.
Do they have 2 instants?
That'd be a really awkward thing to do right now with that Phoenix in hand. Okay, we're just countering it.
Okay.
Fair trade.
Okay.
Fair trade. Yes, play that Phoenix.
Let's see. So...
Fetch, get mountain.
It's got to be Phoenix, right? The amount of pressure it puts on is just too good to ignore here. It's a 1-turn, 2-turn clock. That's... Oh, wow.
Unless you do that, which is pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, that it is.
And now we're in a position we have to use our Fatal Passage.
Yep, not coming up Millhouse right now, but we got a shot at some stuff.
I wonder if they brought out their 1-drop, their Dragon Rage Shaman.
Possible.
To dead our pushes. And brought in the more robust Stormwing Entity, which grinds harder. Yep.
What is the second to last card?
Probably nothing that can save that. Might as well smack.
Yes. Okay. So they get to go Arclight, smack. We get to go Sorin minus. That'll at least keep the trade even. That was a little aggressive. I think I would have waited till the turn to get the extra point, but fair enough. So we're going down to 3.
Opponent's been making aggressive moves here.
Yeah. That's what I want to see.
Okay.
Right, so that we have this into push.
Right. Yeah, I'm into it.
As much as I want to get back the Chandra, we don't have time.
No, we don't have time. But what we do have is a creature with lifelink. And 1 damage to opponent. Right now, that thing's like a prodigal sorcerer that can't team up with a friend to kill a Phoenix.
But they have to both go at Sorin here, which is going to give us some extra life.
Ooh.
That's a thing, yeah.
Ooh.
Except we're going to push that.
Yeah, if they both go at Sorin, no question we push that.
I have faith.
Opponent doesn't. Look at all that faithless looting. What a tragedy that is the only illustration available in Arena.
That?
Yeah.
It's not the only one. That's the special one.
It's the only one. What's the other one?
I think they have a different one as well.
No, because that only appeared through the spellbook thing.
Well, this is not great.
It's an interesting idea. It's hard to imagine someone turning that in and be like, look, this is my final project, and whoever at Wizards said anything other than, what a great painting, nephew. Because otherwise it's...
This is ideal. I don't know why they are going this route.
Yep. Maybe they don't understand how lifelink works.
Possible. Possible. How close are we on this? Pretty close.
Pretty close. We have no choice. We got to make another flyer.
Yeah. Well, the question is, do we want to do this first, or do we want to grab their last card and then hit that and draw 2?
That, I believe, is what we want. We get their last card and get our draw 2.
I keep saying good game. Interesting.
Maybe they are really enjoying themselves.
They thought they had us on that. Okay. Not gonna lie, thought they had us in that first half. Okay. Okay, we've got a shot at this.
Smack for 1. Exile nothing.
We've got an Unholy Heat that's going to kill that, so we just have to make sure that this doesn't go nuts. And they also need to not... This needs to be a land. If this is a spell, we're in trouble. No, we lost. Because they get to go Arclight.
Wait.
They get to go Arclight, we block here, we go to 3, they kill us with Arclight. That's the unfortunate side.
Leave them a chance to make mistakes.
Well, yeah, we're not going to scoop. I'm saying this is the way that they will likely go. Well, let's see if we get the Kroxa here. What?
See? Stop giving them clues. This is amazing.
What? What? All they had to do was play Faithless Looting.
And they picked Chandra of all things, not Kroxa. Amazing. Amazing.
Okay. Okay. This goes first. We don't have...
Delirium?
Yeah, we have Delirium. We don't have a... So we're doing this into Kroxa.
Yeah, well, let's do that. That feels good.
And that's going to give us a closeout in 1 turn. So they have 1 turn to loot into the win.
Yep.
And that's... They're out. And otherwise we get to snag this one.
Yep, let's do it.
They really screwed up.
I think we leave Unholy Heat as our last card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep. We might, for some reason, need to cast it with that Arcanist later. Show us what you got.
Show us what you got. You gotta go cantrip into cantrip here.
Yep.
And otherwise
It's got to be a cantrip that gets
be able to close it.
something that they can at least cast.
Well, even if they answer Kroxa, we've got Hive here, so we can close. We've got enough.
They need to go cantrip into a 1-mana spell. Hey, we win.
They thought that they would be able to
Oh wait,
do it.
we don't win right away.
Yeah, we do.
Oh yeah, we have Eye. Duh.
Actually, we could have done... Oh no, I don't... Chandra would have been a bad move. Because they have Pithing Needle on it.
Yep.
None of that. Decline.
Look at that shit. Look at that shit.
Alright, their turn to mulligan, our turn to not.
Okay, any changes we want to make? I think we reduce at least 1 Fatal Push for a Blood Chief's Thirst.
I also want the Molten Impact because they have the Drakes and the Storming Entities.
Yep.
I don't think this is going to matter enough. I think this can go and this can come back.
Yeah, they've reduced their graveyard reliance a bit. They may switch that up for Game 3. I think they sideboarded pretty smartly.
Yeah.
But
here's another question.
This still looks good.
Is this worth keeping, or do we want to shift over
We're
into Murderous Riders? We're on the draw.
We're on the draw. We're on the draw.
Do we want more Murderous Riders and another Fatal Push and a Duress over the 4 Thoughtseize to maintain our ability to kill everything that we see, basically.
No, because I want to be able to take those stupid drakes. I want to be able to thought seize that 0/4 that ETBs and draws a card and...
Over a Murderous Rider on it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Less mana, same amount of damage. The 2/3 body on Murderous Rider is irrelevant. And you can't...
I'd like to dump the Fables for the Murderous Riders.
That's reasonable.
I want more removal for the Stormwing entities. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And this doesn't do a whole lot for this game.
Yeah, that's reasonable. That's reasonable.
Do we have room for anything else?
We could consider...
Should we shave one Chandra if they're bringing in Pithing Needles?
Shave a Chandra for Hazoret.
That's an interesting play. I could see that. Push us into the
This
aggro
is an opponent
category.
that's overvaluing Pithing Needle because they played it against us at all.
Right, which I would not have done against this deck ever. I don't think this is a deck that Pithing Needle is very effective.
There's hardly a deck I can imagine that Pithing Needle's effective against. It's almost always wrong.
I mean, we're still relatively new to Historic, so maybe we're missing some key matchup.
Yeah, but historically, Pithing Needle's a bad card. When it's not shutting down Umezawa's Jite as the best possible way to do it when the format and standard was all about it, I've never seen Pithing Needle be good.
So I'm leading Blightstep into Thoughtseize.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And then it's going to be Sekenzan into Kroxa because I'm trying to keep the life from being an issue.
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
Totally. It was a great sequence.
Alrighty. Faithless looting to start. Fair enough.
I like that as their turn one.
I think they mulligan too. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah.
Alright, let's disrupt their hand.
Let's get rid of the payoffs. Okay.
That'll do.
It's a good start.
And we don't have to Sekenza next turn.
No. And there's a Fatal Push target. Doing that. We do this immediately.
Do we?
Yes, because the Surveil is how they dump too much stuff in there for us to deal with.
Well, I would have liked the Kroxa in that spot because then they don't have the land drop to Fatal Push or to be able to discard 2.
Oh, this would be perfect though, because now they have to lose even more stuff to the Kroxa.
So before you do that, maybe make the land drop so they can't Jwari it or something.
Sure.
Because
they don't play it, but that's okay. We can do it anyway. Mostly this is making sure they're out of options and gas to get that Arclight out. And we're getting not too far off, and Unholy Heat against Rekindling Phoenix will be kind of fun. The question is whether we're going to save... I think we're saving the Fabled Passage for a moment since it isn't the final thing we need to get Kroxa. Otherwise, I'd do it for the Kroxa. I'd do it for the Kroxa. Okay. Sure. Show me anger. Love the art on that.
Or just the rage of getting stomped. Yeah, that it's an owl.
Right. Or a phoenix, yeah.
Yeah, but it's like an owl phoenix.
Yep.
Expressive iteration. That is slow, my friend. That is slow.
Well, he could potentially go land thing into Arclight Smack. But the Arclight doesn't do anything with the Phoenix there, so...
Nuh-uh.
There's the Channeler, okay. There's another 3/3 flyer, yep. And that's a mistake. That's just coming back.
Did it all for the Nookie and that Surveil, maybe. Maybe opponent hasn't had an opportunity to play against that.
Have they not read this? Because maybe they just haven't. Okay, so we're doing Fabled. We're not cracking it necessarily, but we are going to Sekenzan channel and then possibly crack the Fabled pretty quickly. Or do we just dump this first?
How far are we off of reanimating our Kroxa?
We got 2 others. We need 5 others. This is 3 and 4. We'll still be off by 1, so I think it's probably just a Blood Crypt here.
No, we can drop the Fabled and not crack it. There's nothing that's stopping us from doing that.
Now, do we swing is the other question.
Hell yeah, we swing. We got more life, and our guy doesn't die when it dies.
Okay.
I mean, what's the worst thing they do? Block it and then use removal on the token? That's fine.
Yeah, that actually gets us up to 5 for the Croxa.
Yep, it does.
And we'll channel this. Normally I'd say let's channel it and just swing, but I wanted that trade more than the rest.
Oh, so. Hell yeah. Things are looking good.
I think we've got a decent shot in this one, yeah. Anytime we can 2-for-1 with Rekindling Phoenix, I feel spicy again. They are just searching here.
How many Phoenixes do they have in the bin?
Should just be the one. Yep.
Just the one. Okay. Not even feeling much pressure then.
Not yet, although this could be enough to get all the pressure.
Yeah, this could be undone very quickly.
That is the...
Oh,
okay.
Maybe not, though.
Do they have the last thing? They need one more instant or sorcery. There we go. So Phoenix is coming back, but both of our Phoenixes are coming back. They get Arclight, we get Rekindling, and we're about to throw up some serious pressure. If we get any kind of spell, we can get Crooks out of the grave, too. That's a lot. All right.
So I think we crack Fabled Passage here just to thin the deck. I mean, the other thing is, like, maybe we draw... yeah, but if we draw a push, then we can just use it on the... Yeah.
Well, we want push on that anyway.
Right,
so
right.
I'm fine with cracking Passage.
Do our deck thinning to slightly improve our odds of getting a spell.
Yep. Alright, toss me, yeah baby. Okay, so we don't have the ability to get Croxa out yet. Croxa stay enchained? Yeah. Okay, but we do get to do this. The question is, do we... Yeah, we do this and just take a Faithless Looting to start.
Yeah.
Let's
sure.
get rid of their gas.
For sure. Out of here. Out of here.
I think we're playing this.
No reason not to.
And can we swing into this? We can put 5 points up right now, put them to 10. They have one Faithless Looting to try and go nuts.
We got a little life gain. We're smacking back harder. I like it.
If they, I mean, they should block here.
Yeah,
but if they don't, we're totally fine with that too. Yeah.
And, you know, maybe you're thinking, why'd you attack with 2 1/1s into that? Because they'll never block again.
Yeah. They're just there to apply pressure. That's fine too, actually.
That would have been a damage we just gave up.
So we're going to take 9, puts us to 6. That puts it at very close range here. Wait, so we have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? Do they have a creature in the bin? I think so, which means we win. Because we get to bump out our Croxa, and we get to bump out their Dragon Rage Channeler.
They have 2.
They have 2. So that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 on impact. And I think that's the game. So, let's do it. Start with the basics.
Make sure we get that Channeler. Bye-bye. Oh, this is going to feel spicy. Prepare for the spice. Spice World, starring all 5 Spice Girls.
Got there. And that is the comeback tale because of a Pithing Needle in Game 2 that they shouldn't have played.
Yep. That's one of the beauties of these Thoughtseize Fatal Push decks, is you get to thrive off of the mistakes of your opponents.
Yeah, it's true. That is true. All right, round 3. So we went up against, what do we have so far? We have Izzet Phoenix, and what was the first one?
Izzet Phoenix, yeah, I already forgot.
I'm going to do this real quick, and I know it's going to pop up in the... Right there, that's fine.
Let's do our play first at least so we can see the hands.
Yep. This seems fine.
Yeah.
I don't love it, I don't hate it. Like, we'll play that tapped, and then we'll get to go Thoughtseize with a Den back, and then hopefully get into Pyro. Like...
Yeah, that's action.
It's action. It's action.
It's lands and spells. That's what we do here.
Yeah. Lands and spells. And we're up against Miller Time over here. Number 278.
Miller Time.
Miller Time indeed.
I hope their name is Miller and they don't just like the worst beer ever.
Yeah? Start the IOK or start the Thoughtseize?
IOK, for sure.
And for the people at home, why the IOK?
Because it's the restrictive one.
Oh, this deck. Okay. We're taking the Territorial because we don't have removal in hand for it.
Yep.
And we also have another turn Scarab God. Yeah.
Oof.
Well, we've Thoughtseize for that. There's Thoughtseize for that.
Yep. That's why we do the IOK first. We take what they're curving into, and then we use the Thoughtseize on the big kahuna that we probably cannot beat.
So this is 5-color Niv-Mizzet? Yeah.
Oh, shit. We gotta take Niv.
Yeah, almost certainly. I just want to make sure.
If Niv hits, they draw everything, and we never win.
Well, the question is, do we just take the Expressive and try to force the Stumble?
I don't like that plan at all, because we're stumbling already.
Sort of. We'll get into the Seasoned or Sorin here, but here's the problem I'm envisioning with either of these. Unless we get another Thoughtseize quick, the other one will take over the game. Both take over the game.
We have main deck stuff to handle some graveyard things and possible ways to deal with it. Scarab God is not a great situation, for sure, but Niv-Mizzet is unbeatable.
Well, this reanimates the Niv-Mizzet.
After a turn, you make your call. You know my opinion.
Okay, here, how do we deal with this? What is our out in this deck?
Exiling the creatures in the graveyard, killing it with something else we have, winning the game faster. I'm not totally sure, but there's things we can do to fight against it, because Niv-Mizzet just hits and then they draw like 4 or 5 cards, and we're a chippy deck. We cannot beat a resolved Niv-Mizzet. It just will never happen. Okay. Unless we're about to win on damage with it, which this hand is not going to do.
No, it's not.
Yeah, when your 5-mana 6/6 flyer is also a Tidings, you're going to beat this deck. Actually, they're going to beat us anyway. Almost certainly. This is just a classic version of their mid-range is bigger. Yeah, I think we gotta. Let's, toss the Massacre, probably toss the Rider.
It might be the Sorin in this instance. I don't know.
We need something to give us some flow of cards here. See, okay. Yeah.
Okay, so if we find a removal spell for Scarab, we can Trespass and eat it. And that's our out, although they will have Helix and Push, but they're still going to be... Okay.
So I think we got to Trespass or the Niv while we can.
No, we can still do that next turn. We get Sorin online here and we smash because they have all of this stuff, but it's still clunky and they don't have a 5th land. And this is an engine. We get the engines rolling. So I'm smacking for 4 here, and then I'm Sorin and minusing.
I think we want more cards.
Okay.
Especially we don't want Sorin to just die to that Lightning Helix.
That's true. And this gives us the ability to -7 and win the game. Which may not be the wrong way to go at a certain point.
If they can't pressure it, that can happen.
And we might be able to pressure a lot right here.
Having more cards than them is how we're going to win this game, though. Almost certainly. But Sorin is now creating a sub-game. Wait. Let's see what Sorin gives us. Hell yeah.
Okay, we're still playing here. We don't need triple red for anything that I'm aware of, and this is 2 less life.
Yep.
And we still get to dump our hand.
We're doing a double spell turn, yeah.
So I'm going to smack with everything first.
Yep.
And force the Helix out.
Maybe they don't Helix.
They will. Just not yet. Okay. They'll Helix this.
Probably.
But we're going to get rid of Niv.
Niv is gone.
And they may have a Wrath effect, but we are going to force the issue.
If they got a Wrath effect, well, that'll put 2 Pyromancers in our bin, probably, and we have that Sorin going.
Sorin's only 2 turns from ending the game, too.
And what is Sorin's ultimate again?
-13 damage.
Yeah, that ought to do the trick.
So we really want a removal spell for this, because if we have the removal spell for this, they don't get to go nuts with mana. So we are...
Let's draw it.
Yeah, we are bumping up hard.
Yeah, we want more cardboard. See what's in their hand.
Yep. They can Fatal Push. but that's all they got for targets. So yeah, the Helix goes.
Take that Helix.
Okay, so they've got Fatal Pushes, but they've got no way to deal with this.
Not currently.
They can go Scarab God and reanimate. Nothing that matters. I think we get to win this one because of that, unless they top deck.
Well, let's just animate our creature land here and... Right?
If we do that, we don't get Dread Horde.
If we do that, we don't get Dread Horde.
And they can still push it.
And they can still push it.
They can push this too, but I'd rather...
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
And I'm not swinging. I'm just saying
way.
You have to kill Sorin with that.
Yep.
And if you can't do that, we win the game.
Yep. Or maybe they can draw a Helix and Helix the Sorin and buy some time, which could be enough.
I like where this is going already.
Yep.
This is coming down to Sorin ult for the win. So can we
What was that top deck?
That's what it comes down to. They've got one top deck. One card that can potentially do it because nothing.
And at this point, it's not Niv-Mizzet. This is the one circumstance where playing Niv-Mizzet doesn't kill this deck is because we're about to kill the opponent.
You have to get 5 more mana. So it's, do they...
But you gotta spend it on spells, on color costs.
Does anything give them life when it hits? That doesn't.
It's gotta be a Helix, basically. It's our turn. It's our turn. Just pop off Sorin and win.
Helix won't do it. That will.
Helix would have done it on their turn.
Yeah.
Well, not won the game. That slowed us down enough.
All right, we got game 1. This is going to be a rough matchup, though. This is one that they're set for. Hazoret does a lot of work here. Yeah, that is what smacks through all their crap. They don't have answers to it.
Meat Hook Massacre doesn't need to be in the main deck.
Yeah.
I like...
Blood Chiefs is going to stay. Kills the Niv-Mizzet.
I like getting another Graveyard Trespasser in here.
Yeah, it's good value.
A little bit. I mean, we want to interact with their graveyard, but we don't want to spend a bunch of resources on it.
I don't know that Fable does much against them here.
Fair.
I mean, it lets us copy some stuff, but nothing that's busted against them,
Nothing that's busted against them. Sure. What else? What else? Molten Impact probably doesn't do enough.
This also, with any kill spell, gets rid of Scarab God permanently.
Right. What else can we do on kill? Should we get a Rekindling Phoenix going here?
Against a deck that has Fatal Pushes and Helixes, we could, but it also has Exile effects. I'm in favor of leaving it alone because it doesn't actually get through their Niv-Mizzet either. If you know what I mean.
It doesn't, but it's also something that can beat on them that drains resources to kill.
Sure.
And what do we have in here that's maybe not as good as that is sort of my question.
I don't know. I mean, the Walkers...
Flame Blessed Bolt, for example. That's not doing a lot for us. Rekindling Phoenix would do something for us.
Is Duress better?
Or do we just bring Fable back in? To keep smoothing our draws out.
It might be Fable. Yeah. It's kind of a question for me on Duress also. Do we just want to try and...
There's so many permanents in that deck, though. My fear is that we Duress and whiff. And we've already got 4 Thoughtseize, 2 IOKs, where it's possible to cast them and whiff because it's later in the game or something like that.
Sure.
Yeah, let's submit it.
I'm good with this. Those Hazarets are going to get us there if anything does, probably. Our 4 drops have the ability to pop off, but Hazoret is really hard for them to deal with. They have to have a Niv-Mizzet to sit there and block it, and we still get to Curse Scroll.
Yeah.
Well, that's not going to do it. We'll mulligan this one, and that's
the
good
greediest
enough.
people alive would have kept that, but we are not they.
I think we're going that route.
Yes.
Let's just curve it and see how it goes. Good old Niv-Miz.
Okie dokie, what do we got?
Vanishing Verse. Or Maelstrom.
What is Vanishing Verse? It gets a monocolored exile. That's a bummer.
Gets Fable. Gets Fable. I think we take the instant speed. Gets Fable.
Yeah, cheaper one. That makes sense. Pulse isn't so bad as long as you know it's there to play around.
Right. Now, do we
and not having our Kroxa exiled by the Vanishing Verse is good too. Oh yeah, we Kroxa for sure. We got to get our value when we can. Okay. I'm happy to take the Fatal Push there. Okay. That does work for us.
Now, I think we Fatal Push that and play the Blood Crypt because this gets going fast.
Yep, agree.
And without it, they don't have a ton that I'm worried about.
But it also helps them dig deeper.
And
I'm not so worried about them taking away our Kroxas, just digging to a Niv-Mizzet because they're one land drop away from casting it.
yeah. Okay. So if they're smart, they're going to Maelstrom Pulse that. I think we dump the Haunted Ridge here, though.
Yes. Totally.
There's an argument for Fable there to get 3 cards in the bin, but
It's going to happen because we're going to discard 2 cards off of it, and they're probably going to kill that.
oh, they're killing it before we get the discard.
Right.
They see the Kroxa. They know what's happening here. Okay, so that's 4, 5, not quite there. That's unfortunate. Okay, so we can smack them for 2, get our treasure. Why don't you go to the grave? And
Deploy what we've got. Put that Fable Passage on the board.
One more land than I'd like, but we're still very much in it. And if they're going to let me...
Let's do it now.
I don't think we have anything we need to hit with Fatal Push at 4. It's 5s, right?
Pretty much.
Swamp's fine here.
I agree.
Yeah.
We got 2 mountains on the board.
So the question is, do we use this, noting that we can Inquisition, but the price is 1 further away from Kroxa? And that's the trade-off, right?
So what would they have that they would have not cast yet with all that mana there? That I don't think they have a target.
Yeah, I'd be surprised. And even if they do, they might just be waiting for us to do it in response.
Right. So, yeah, you got to pick one and then decline. Sure.
Prodigal Sorcerers are important, damn it.
Right. Yeah, maybe they'll pulse them and then we can have an easier time getting Krox out.
Right.
Please pulse our creatures.
That works too.
That'll do.
Oh no.
Oh, come on, man.
Okay, so we should have IOK'd.
You jerk. And now you know.
Okay.
Woof.
No manlands either. Okay. Well, we've got a lot of mana for whenever we do get something. We know now that Inquisition...
We're going to lose.
Probably.
They might have nothing here, but that... Jeez, maybe they do have nothing.
They have Gigantha, so whatever they're doing...
Their top decks are so much better than ours.
Oh, yeah. 100%.
They don't appear to be making any.
I'll raw dog it. We might get lucky.
We need to do something here. It's wild that that card lets you raw dog it.
Yeah, it's graveyard.
Yeah, we got to deploy something.
Little warding time. One last call.
Wow, if opponent just has stone nothing.
There's no way.
Feels like they have stone nothing. I mean, that wasn't nothing, but that was low value for this deck.
We'll just keep on deploying these. Okay, it's good to know they're playing multiple Deafening Clarions post-board. I know those are pre-board. I did not expect to see them post-board, frankly. Okay, they got stone nothing.
I'd be kind of surprised to not see maybe one with Niv if they don't have another card for the Boros combination. Whoa.
That's a problem.
That is a big problem.
Okay, so we are exiling our own Kroxa for the extra life then.
Yep. Yep.
We have drawn far too many lands here.
That's okay, that's okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah.
It's insane that it's this turn of the game against Niv-Mizzet and we're still playing it.
Yeah. We've both flooded pretty hard. We simply had one misplay that cost us quite heavily. and I think that's enough.
That's enough. Let's go to game 3.
Yeah, let's see here. So we know they're bringing in Klothys. They're going after our graveyard pretty hard.
Yeah.
Murderous Rider looks better and better.
Yes, it does.
We know they're on Deafening Clarions. Phoenix looks better and better. War Bosses don't look great against Deafening Clarions.
Let's put out the Dreadhorde Arcanists. They have so much that's going after. They're going after our graveyard, and they're going after creatures that are small.
Okay, so we can board it like that and get down to 1. And then we can probably put 1 Legion War Boss over the last one.
Legion War Boss beats down. What about that on Unholy Heat? Maybe we want to get rid of that with them going after our graveyard and just play more threats.
Yeah, let's just go ham on the War Bosses.
And we're on the play. We're on the play. We can just push it through. They are slow.
And we board it in the duress. Like, we are going for, if we can, War Boss takes the cake.
Yeah.
As a plan here.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. All right, Miller time.
Let's cover them in that War Boss sauce. I think I've played against Miller time.
I have too. It's been a minute, but yeah. Arena Shuffler, not a fan of ours today.
Just throw that Hazoret back. We're good. And by good, I mean the hand's fine. Just got better. I think double red here.
It's closer to Seasoned Pyro.
Right.
All right.
That's quality.
Land, please. Yes.
Yes, yes.
Guess
Goodbye.
who's exiling Helix?
Goodbye, 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 Helix.
And more importantly, any removal spell is now going to be a nice little 2-for-1 in our favor, and then we might get to play Hazoret. And Hazoret, Vanishing Verse, they're out for that, and that's all they got. So I'm really hoping to see a Vanishing Verse here. Not so much. Okay. Well, we're still getting a nice little 2-for-1-zer.
What are they discarding with it? After discarding something as high quality as the first one of those. Discarding a land.
Yep.
Doing it.
Down goes Fatal Push and Bloodchief's Thirst.
Absolutely.
Army in a can, get me that land. Nope. All right. Drew closer to it then. And this requires a Deafening Clarion pretty quickly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I guess we could be greedy and play the other Pyromancer and try and roll into it, but...
Nope, I'll take Niv-Mizzet.
It would have been super greedy and ill-advised.
Yeah, I'll take the Niv-Mizzet.
Yep.
Because now they've got
play your
one thing off the top. And we... Oh.
Can't play it. Can't play it.
But we can do this.
We can do that. We can season our stake. Yeah. Totally.
Do we get rid of Murderous instead of Hazoret?
We get rid of Hazoret. Or no, we don't get rid of it. We keep Hazoret.
Yeah, I think we dump the Murderous.
For
as
sure.
much as I hate it. Like, I want to kill this, but...
It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. I think we do attack, because what's the worst they do? Block a Seasoned Pyromancer and give us more stuff to do? Although, then they can attack with impunity and just be an Abyss. Maybe we don't.
We can give it one turn, because I want to croak some.
I guess the other problem is maybe they've got their, life gain sweeper.
Yeah.
And we could have cracked in for 2 or something, but okay, they want to use a lot of mana. What's going on?
They have 11 mana.
Potentially.
I'm croak saying.
Yeah.
I want to see what they're doing.
Yeah.
We don't have Dreadhorde Arcanist, so...
Right, we boarded him out.
This is where I'm going and leaving that in case of a Takanuma.
Agree.
Alright. What do you have in hand?
Show us what you got.
Why did you take the 2 point? I'm swinging everything.
Oh, hell yeah.
I don't know what they have, but, like, we have to assume it's something.
No, we don't. Maybe they're just trying to leave mana up so they could cycle, or... Maybe that was a bluff, you know?
It's a 2-point bluff?
I've done it before.
That's wild. Okay, yeah, I guess.
I've done it before.
Yeah, it could be a thing. There's Niv-Mizzet. Uh-oh.
But they're at 8. We're in a good position. Like, it's that position again where...
Well, they only got 2 off of it. Holy crap.
Holy crap, you're right.
So they get to Expressive, and then they get to Helix.
Cast them both if they want, yeah.
Yeah. But they still got to get through this.
This is the best place I've ever seen for Gigantha, is this deck.
Oh, yeah, 100%. So they get to Gigantha. It's territorial, okay. Helix. Yeah.
Helix.
Okay. Okay, so Chandra does not do enough here. There's attacking Uma. Alright. What are we trying to do? I think we're swinging everything. They're going to trade Niv for Kroxa. They'll do that. Then we can Chandra and kill there.
We definitely start by swing everything.
And that gets... yeah.
See what happens. See what happens.
Yep. Yep. I'm playing this. I'm playing that.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
The
question is whether to kill that or... Yeah, because then it'll just come back and kill it, so sure.
It also lets them modify their draws. Otherwise, they have one card in hand now, plus one off the top.
True.
And we get Hazoret almost certainly next turn.
We want the 5 mana in play anyway for our Pyromancers.
Spicy. Okay.
3 cards. Okay. We got a lot of pressure here.
No. Clarion's gonna give lifelink to this too.
That's more than 3 cards.
Yeah, that's gonna be game. They're gonna get there on the back of Gigantha.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
Oh, they did not do it that turn though.
What a mistake. What an absolute error. Can we punish them?
5? Damn.
Can we punish them?
No, because they're going to get the Clarion out the board, give these all lifelink, and smack back for 16. And they get Vanishing Verse for the Hazoret too.
My.
I
concede.
Don't see a way through.
I guess we could let them make the mistakes. We might as well try, but...
Is there anything we're not considering?
Okay. They're at 8. They've got 2 enormous blockers. Even if they had no blockers, we can't kill them with what we've got. We can play a land. We can make more things. They'll just get swept up. Kroxa is definitely not good enough anymore.
So the
all right, we can play.
The error in this game, for reference, was probably keeping the Hazoret and not the Murderous Rider, because then we wouldn't have had to trade Kroxa last turn. We would have been able to just Murderous Ride the Niv-Mizzet.
I don't know if that's an error or things just turning out randomly and against our favor. Because the problem is that Niv-Mizzet happened at all. Murderous Rider wouldn't have bailed us out of this. It would have just pushed things back by a turn. But that hand is still stacked.
Yes. Very much so.
So yeah, I disagree that that's a mistake. And I disagree that it would make a difference in this situation that matters. I think the best thing that we can do is play the... Yeah. Play the Hazoret so we can block something.
Oh, we won't. They'll Vanishing Verse it. They just go boom, boom.
Oh, right.
And build the whole board. But...
Right, none of this matters.
But I want to force them to make errors if we can.
Right.
Okay. And lifelink, yep.
Yeah, we can pick it up here.
This is spicy. All right, Miller time. You got this one.
I'm shocked that we won a game in that match, though. As soon as I saw Niv-Mizzet, it made me have that feeling like when we were playing, Birthing Pod and the opponent laid down an Urzatron piece on turn 1 and just like, all right, gonna lose. You know, I've taken a game in a match from Tron maybe once.
Yeah.
With, some mid-rangey Abzan kind of bullshit or Jund, but...
I've never taken 2.
Never taken 2.
I've narrowly beaten Tron one time with Shadow. When I did Shadow that first week of it, and I had
that was a little more suicide, and nobody knew about Shadow yet because you invented it.
That's true.
You were looking at the inventor of the Grixis Shadow list.
It was really fun to triple bolt myself, and he was so confused.
I remember being there for the tournament where nobody had ever seen it before.
That was a lot of fun.
And that's how you got to beat the Tron player, too, because they didn't know what the fuck was going on. Nobody had ever done Death Shadow math before.
I was doing it kind of for the first time that whole tournament too. I just picked it up randomly for that, and I was like, this looks like it could do a thing. And
right, but the experience that your opponents have dealing with Death Shadow Math is how many games they played against you just now.
Yeah.
And your experience at round 2 was double what your opponents possibly could have been at the end of round 1.
Yeah, that tournament had a lot of my favorite memories.
I love those tournaments where you could show up with a deck that was a fresh brew and like you were learning it at the same speed that other people were.
Yeah.
But you know, if you could get it through a few rounds and learn it a little bit better, you had this huge... Maybe that's why I love mid-range so much, because we used to be able to do decks like that. Anyway, I was saying it was like playing against Tron, because it's the same thing in this matchup, this Rakdos matchup versus Niv-Mizzet.
Yeah.
The stuff that comes off the top of their deck is just back-breaking, and it's really hard for us to deal with their threats one for one. Their solutions are great. And if we both get everything we want,
all right,
the game goes better for them. And even if they stumble, they can still definitely win the game just by top decking a great card.
Well, this isn't...
It's a mulligan, of course.
That's fine.
Lands and spells. All right, so what are we throwing back?
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. Fatal Push is probably better at this phase in the game.
Yeah. We will see what opponent does. I-believable. Interesting.
I think we consider... Yeah, okay, so they're not playing it. Maybe they're playing... Oh, so
Affinity.
This is Affinity. Yep. Affinity. All right, so we're going to want... If we don't... Yeah, we'll see. Affinity could do any number of things with 1 and 0 mana.
Yeah. And there it is.
Snare prototype. Our affinity count is 2. I think Mountain... No, Bugbear Pass.
Yep.
Will Unholy Heat that 1/1 they play that draws them a card.
Yeah. Oh, Affinity. Oh, look at you go. Oh, you're a 3/3. Okay.
Okay. Never mind, we'll Fatal Push it.
And then we'll Unholy Heat the next thing that gets played.
Yep.
Oh, man.
The point is, what you play, we will kill. Best believe that. That snare is so good.
Yeah, it's quite the mana rock.
Springleaf Drum with removal attached to it is so good. Smoke it, yeah.
So we smoke that. I think we play we deploy the Arcanist.
Absolutely.
And we leave the season for a moment. Well, maybe not now. This one might be the Pyro now. That's going to be an issue.
Well, yeah, they also have a Tormod's Crypt.
Right.
I kind of forgot about that.
Then again...
Yeah, now I like playing Thoughtseize and then deploying the Arcanist to force a graveyard explosion.
/ possibly grab their last threat if we can.
Yeah. That is a great way to beat Affinity, or this version of Affinity. It's a portable hole.
Okay. We go this route. And now they have to potentially use their soul guides just to crack and grab cards, which I'm a fan of doing that.
Yeah.
Like that's a fun way to go. Let's see. So for those just tuning in, we are in round 3. No, round 4. We're up against Blue-White Affinity. We're grinding up the Mythic ladder, having some fun. Let's see. We're in game 1. Okay, they're light on threats. They'll crack off a lantern here shortly. Draw a card is my guess. I mean, they've got a Crypt in play. They know we've got Arcanist. You have to assume they're going to play for this. There goes the Soul Guide number 2.
Sure.
Take down probably the Fatal Push. No, Thoughtseize. Interesting.
I want to be able to protect the grip. Well, they've got counter spells.
Right. It's an interesting play. Okay.
Well, not literal counter spell, but
Metallic Rebukes.
Metallic Rebuke.
Yeah, the good old faithful. Yep. There's the Thopter. All right. Are you gonna Tormod's Crypt?
I love decks in which Ornithopter is a big fucking problem.
It makes me happy to see this old card just make waves.
Ornithopter is one of my favorite cards ever, man.
Unplayable on its first printing, but wow, has it come far since then.
And it's been used for so many things.
It's been used in combo, aggro. It's been all over the place.
Yeah. I think the most hilarious use for Ornithopter was in the Fruity Pebbles list.
Yeah.
And that's super old school. So it was 2 enchantments. One was Goblin Bombardment, which I think got reprinted in a Masters set as a rare. But it's red 1. You can sacrifice a creature to do 1 damage to a target, which is insanely good now. But back then it was unusable, basically.
Yeah.
But everything didn't make tokens. And sacrificing, we didn't understand how powerful it was to just be able to sacrifice a creature.
Okay, so if we smack here, they'll Tormod's Crypt the Fatal Push and block this to give them a nice little... Essentially, it's a 1-for-1, but it keeps that out.
I like it.
I think it's worth doing so we can get Pyro and refill the...
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, we're a graveyard deck. Let's make them throw away that Crypt. And it also slows down the damage we're going to be taking by taking a card away that Nettlesis can pump.
And we'll do a little taunting.
Yeah, say good game like 4 times.
They love it when you do that.
I know.
Oh, they went too late. They just looked at their
I
Crypt.
know. Maybe I Believe isn't paying the tightest attention. Or just didn't catch it.
Well, we'll give you a little more gas. Exactly 1 more piece of gas here.
Exactly 1 more.
What you got?
But yeah, you'd have your Goblin Bombardment. Enduring Renewal was 2 white and 2. And the relevant part of its huge text box was when your creatures die, they go back to your hand.
Right.
And Ornithopter, infinite damage.
Yeah.
And I get the loop part of Fruity Loop because it's an infinite loop, but I think it was because it was a multicolored deck and people thought Fruity Pebbles. I don't know. Decks used to have names.
That were fun.
Yeah, they used to have names. It wasn't just like, Rakdos Graveyard or Rakdos Arcanist. This would have had some wild name like, I don't know, like Led Zeppelin's Mascara or something.
Before everything got standardized into the arcs, you know, once they started standardizing all the tribes, the guilds, the arcs,
the game wasn't as branded back then.
It wasn't.
And there was a need to describe these things. And of course you got to name your deck, which was sweet too.
Okay, so we can swing in and then Chandra?
Like, yeah, we can absolutely. Absolutely. They'll fall for it.
It's an Affinity player, right? And I'm only going to do this because they probably have a Metallic Rebuke, because they left it up instead of equipping. So I'm willing to sack 1 of these to force a Metallic Rebuke. And we shall see.
We shall see.
If they don't have it, spicy.
Show us what you got.
Just in case.
Show us what you got. Holy shit.
Derp derp? Does derp derp get there? Yes, it does.
They thought we were bluffing.
Do they draw another threat, or do we take the game over?
You know what? They wouldn't have fallen for that if they were watching our stream.
They drew a threat. All right. This is going to be a giant...
More incentive to watch the dark stream is you won't fall for our bullshit if you're playing against us.
Portable hole. Okay.
Exile your token. Do it. Fine.
We will crack this. Yeah, we don't need Fatal Push to go big on anything for any reason, so we just need to get another black source, I think.
Yes.
And preferably...
Draw some action.
1 Fatal Push off the top would be just fine.
Show us some action. Come on, Chandra.
Come on, Chandra. Well, that wasn't very Chandra-y of you.
You know, back when I met you, Chandra, you would have dealt that damage to Karn.
Okay, so...
You've gone soft, Chandra.
Our trade-off here is we can kill Karn, but we're going to lose Chandra, and they get to keep that.
We kill Karn how?
Den.
Den. We need to kill Karn.
Okay.
Killing Karn represents killing future 7/7 tokens. What's going on here?
Well, actually, this might be a problem anyway.
Why?
2 Nettle Cysts. That might make it big enough to just kill us on the crackback.
Ah, shit. Okay, let's do some math real quick. 2 Nettle Cysts.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, yeah.
6.
Totally fucking kills
18.
Okay, so I think we swing with the den to at least get it down to 2, so when they make another 7/7, Karn dies.
Right.
Or maybe they don't make one and other things happen, but we can't just let them keep doing it.
Right.
Oh. Oh, wait. Yeah, we're not to blocks yet. Okay, predictable. Alright, quick, give him Death Touch.
That's what we're aiming for. That's what we're aiming for.
What are we waiting for now?
And if you're out there in the ether watching us on Facebook Live or YouTube,
Yeah, come over to Twitch.
Come over to Twitch. We'll be chatting with the people over here on Twitch. It's the Cool Kids platform. I think it's another one. We just need to thin out the deck, right?
We gotta do it.
As far as I can tell, that's where we're at. We just need to thin this out and get going.
Is Twitch really the Cool Kids platform?
I don't know.
I feel like it's the Smart Indoor Kids platform.
Good enough. Okay. So Karn probably goes plus.
Sometimes the Smart Indoor Kids are cool.
Right?
But they're not on Twitch because they're cool. Look at what we're doing here. We're not on Twitch because we're cool. We're on Twitch because we love playing some Magic.
I miss Goblin Trash Master so much right now. That'll go to your hand? No, you go to the hand.
Yeah.
Take the damage.
Mana's fine. Okay, so we avoided a 7/7 happening this turn. That's fine. That's good.
And we've got potentially 2 draw steps to go ahead and get that Chandra.
We can buy a little time, because if they let us untap, we can pull that Pyromancer out and have more blockers and more time with Chandra. And in the end, as long as we can just keep killing their stuff, we'll eventually win.
Well, that's why we keep a blocker back. You don't have trample.
No.
Derp.
You don't.
So now they should crypt and blow out
Yes,
both pyros.
they really should.
Will they? I don't know.
Oh my god. All right, we'll do it right now before anything else can go on the stack.
We can do this at instant speed and response, though, now. So we might as well plus it. Right? And see if we get a removal spell, too?
If I don't want to use it, though, because even if we get a... all right, let's put the land down. Does it matter at this point?
Not really.
Okay, plus it. Spin the wheel of Chandra.
Come on. Come on.
If Chandra worked the way Chandra used to work. Hell yeah.
Push it.
That could have also been the killing stroke on Karn.
Smack?
Yeah, if we can do it instant speed, I think we just wait, right?
Yeah. And now if they want another giant creature, they have to lose the card.
I think opponent doesn't understand how Seasoned Pyromancer works, and I think that if they exile in response, we won't get tokens. So if that is... Oh, give them the land.
Now we do need to kill Karn.
We've always needed to kill Karn. We're about to have the tools to do it. So yeah, if that's opponent's misunderstanding here, then they would have relied on this not happening. But they still didn't do that in response? Are they going to do it now?
I don't know, but if they don't, I'm doing it again.
Yeah, absolutely.
You only get one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow.
They already missed their chance to blow. Wow.
I'm 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. I think we're taking... Are we taking 3?
Well, we tick up Chandra.
Right.
We tick up Chandra and we see what our full range of options include. So this turn brought to you by opponent's mistakes.
Yes. Many of them. Imagine if they still did Ornithopter, we'd be dead by now.
That's been the big lesson of today, is let the opponent make mistakes. And that has been really typifying the advantage of playing a deck like this. Oh, yeah. Oh, will they blow that up with this on the stack somehow, maybe? Oh, we don't have the mana anymore.
But they can't. They need to crypt in response, because if this hits the grave, then I get to reanimate it. Because they can't crypt in response to me doing that trigger.
Right. So this is, yeah, this typifies the advantage of these kind of decks, where opponents that we've been playing against have more powerful synergies, more powerful cards much of the time. But what we do is we work these incremental pieces together to squeeze out our advantages where we can and get our wins, but we present the opponent with so many permutations, so many decisions, that it goes outside of opponents' usual play patterns in many cases, and they make mistakes. They make mistakes because they haven't encountered the situation before, or maybe they've only encountered it once or twice.
Mm-hmm.
And the more we play, the more we see these corner case situations, and all of a sudden, you unlock these parts of your deck you didn't realize you had.
Nice Tormoth Crypt, buddy.
And when you do that to the master level, your name is Reed Duke.
Yes, 100%.
Yes, 100%.
Man, that Tormoth's Crypt has to feel just rough right now.
What are they doing?
I don't know, but we're killing Karn and we're dumping a land, and I feel okay about our shot at winning at that point.
Totally. I've felt great about our shot at winning a long time ago.
Well, with Nettle System, never sure, because all it takes is one creature and flying. And
yeah, but none of them have haste. None of them have haste.
No, but an Ornithopter off the top is, like, lethal.
In a turn. See? And now it's not.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we were going to get a lot of shots at the scenario there. Okay, so what do we like? Molten Impact.
Molten Impact is Spice A.
This I don't think is good enough.
No, we should side it out. Yeah, switch that layout. That's hard to look at. Oh, Hitagatsu. That's so good against them. That just sweeps up so much stuff.
Yep, Fable doesn't do much. We lose there.
I think with
Trespasser doesn't do much either.
Hang on, pull the Arcanists. They suck here.
I disagree. They have Fatal Pushes.
Huh? Okay, but like that deck, main deck's like 6-7 graveyard blowout spells.
Sure, but
okay, but I guess we're forcing them. Sure.
Yeah, this is incremental.
Sure. Okay, fair enough.
And Hidetsugu hits all of it, which I also love.
It does, and it can clear the way. Oh yeah, Rekindling Phoenix, big time. I think we can. Are we over? I think maybe we drop a Hazoret. Although infinite blocker sometimes could matter.
Yeah, no, I'm fine keeping one Hazoret. I think we go down on Croxus here because they are trying to blow out the graveyard. We can get incrementals. We can't get 5 on average, right?
Yeah, fair. Do we consider perhaps cutting them all? And I don't know.
Well, this will sculpt draws.
Yeah. That's what I've been learning about this deck over time. Is Fable is, and really just the two of them, an excellent kind of.
It gets us to hit Etsugu too.
It helps grease the gears. It creates a lot of good situations and sometimes fixes some bad ones. What about that Flame Blessed Bolt? Is that good enough? Is that
instant speed blow up Ornithopter? And
is Duress better against a deck that holds back a lot of counter magics and we can get Nettle Cyst with it?
Then Flame Blessed, no, but then something else maybe. I'd put it over the last Trespasser.
I'm in for that.
I think this is good for game 2.
Yes. Yep, I feel good about it.
Yeah.
It might not be perfect, but I like where it is. Let's see where they went. Substantially, the reason we won game 1 is because we killed all their shit, and that's going to be why we win game 2. If we win game 2, almost certainly.
Affinity usually comes down to can you contain them? Because this does have Nettle Cyst, which is kind of cranial plating, right?
Kind of.
And it has the ability to just kind of explode with all these creatures, but if you contain it, then they have a bunch of useless little derps.
Right. The problem is they have to play so many cards that yeah, okay, Tormod's Crypt is useful against us, but they kind of have to keep that stuff around or they're going to start losing their advantages, and it doesn't help them actually win the game when they're using it. It's purely reactive.
I love when they play this before the land. It makes me so happy. Shadow Sphere. Well, I'm starting with the Duress here, I think, because it's going to be
Yeah,
good.
I like the Duress here. We go with our narrowest targeted discard spell.
And we take down...
Perfect.
Probably Metallic Rebuke so that we can Thought Seize the Karn? Or do we take down the Karn and then we Thought Seize there, knowing they'll probably Metallic Rebuke, but then we get to Fatal Push?
I think we take down the Karn, and if they tap down again, we can take down that Thought in their hand.
That's true.
They might just tap down.
That's true. And if they tap down, then we get to push and Thought Seize, and then we get into...
We've cleaned up every threat to us at that point.
Yeah.
Except for perhaps what they tap down for, but they might just go land, equip, spear, and think, you know, like, what are they going to do to me against turn 2? Like, what am I going to do? Counter a Kroxa? No.
I mean, it's fun when Affinity plays multiple spells, and then we get to play more.
Oh my god, they're doing it. Yes!
Does this have... Okay, so we're good there.
Yep.
That's even spicier.
We still Thought Seize and Fatal Push.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Are you serious? We got to shut this shit down before it gets going. We want to take away their threats, and that threat flies, and it brings 2 cards with it. Take that. Now they got no threats.
No Metallic Rebuke for you.
Yep. Now they have no threats, and we know what their solutions are.
Alright. So we probably just run a Seasoned Pyromancer into a counter, because we don't really care.
We don't give a shit.
And we'll dump actually both removal spells to this to keep the Phoenix if they don't counter it. There's the counter. So now if we get lucky, we get to dump a Phoenix into play next turn.
Yup.
Which, I mean, they can portable hold the token if they kill the first half.
But if they don't kill it right away, another thing we can do is hold our Fatal Push to respond. No, that won't do a damn thing. I don't know what I'm thinking.
So here's the question. Do we keep any of the removal?
No way.
We just go for the Phoenix here?
Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely. We've killed all their stuff, and our deck is jam-packed with removal.
And we get an Arcanist to get back.
Yep.
Okay.
Our deck is jam-packed with removal. This is time to start winning the damn game.
Yep. And this is how we do it.
Yep.
All right. 2-0 against Blue-White Affinity, up to 98%.
Love seeing Affinity out there, though.
Yeah, love it.
Always been a favorite deck of mine in every incarnation.
It's got a lot to say. It's got a lot to do.
I love that there's so much decision making in Affinity. The games can be so nuanced and won or lost on the slightest margins, and then sometimes you just draw Arcbound Ravager. and everyone's decisions don't matter anymore.
What was the Cedric Phillips when he got barred from doing cast for Wizards for a while because
it's like a magic get out of jail card for bad players or something like that?
The fairy godmother of Affinity has saved him again. Something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I remember thinking, accurate.
Yeah, for cranial plating, which, yeah, it was.
And if you get mad about that, you're taking it too personally, because Cedric could have said that about me 100 different times over the course of me playing Affinity since that was a deck in 2004?
Yeah.
18 years of Affinity, I guarantee 100 times I've been saved by a cranial plating. If Cedric was there, he could have roasted me accurately. Wouldn't have been pissed. We all do it.
Yeah. Now, do we want to make any adjustments? We've played against Phoenix, Niv-Mizzet, Affinity, and the question becomes, what do we like, what don't we like? We'll call this pretty close to halftime here for the stream. We're nearing 5 o'clock, and we're rolling this through till about 7, so what adjustments are we making at halftime?
Okay, halftime adjustments. Let me think here. I haven't had a problem with any of this. We haven't really had a chance to use Hazoret that much, but Hazoret's been pretty damn good when we had it.
How do we feel about the Meat Hook Massacre?
We haven't had a chance to use it yet, but I really like that it's there to save our bacon. And in 3 matchups, we haven't had a relevant opportunity with it. But that's also fine because we're playing 6 cards that allow us to discard irrelevant cards. And in our graveyard, of course, it's not irrelevant because it helps with our Delirium cards. And it just helps feed Kroxa. So it's fine. We get away with having that in there for that reason.
Sure, sure. I think in terms of the core of this deck, I like almost every card here in the main. If we're going to make any adjustments at all, and let's take a look at, just see here, we've got 16, 20 non-creatures, 24 lands, 3 walkers, 3 enchantments, yeah. If there's any adjustment to be made in the main, I think it's the meat hook, but I don't know that it needs to be done yet. I want to give it a little more time. I have really liked the Graveyard Trespasser so far.
Yeah.
I've loved having that Murderous Rider there instead of the Bedevil. And everything else feels like it's kind of a staple. I mean, the Hazoret, I think one in the main's just fine. I like having a 4th Kroxa, essentially, something that just closes it out fast.
Right. It does a great job of being 4th Kroxa.
So, Meat Hook's the only one I'm questioning, but we've got some more time on the clock to figure that out. The sideboard, are there pieces we want to shift here?
I don't have strong feelings about that yet. I really like the stuff that's here. We haven't had a whole lot of opportunities to use all of it. The Legion War boss was and continues to be a question for me, and that's true every time I put it on a sideboard, because it just doesn't do as much in the game as you think it will when you put it on the sideboard.
Yeah.
And it makes me wonder if we could find something that hits harder.
Well, we'll start the easy way there.
Yeah. Oh, make sure you look for your not collected. It's possible that not everything is in the...
I have everything.
You've got your villainous Sith wealth.
Yeah, I've got literally everything. I crafted it all. Even if I don't have 4 copies, I made sure I had at least one of everything. That's why the wild cards are this low. Because I wanted one of everything at least.
Oh.
So I wouldn't have to ever click that.
Hilarious.
So, I mean, we looked through this. Is there anything that's standing out?
Let's start at about the 3-drop slot, right? Because that's what we'd be replacing on the board, and that's probably an appropriate thing. And do we have it restricted to creatures, right?
Yep. Creatures.
Okay, none of that stuff.
Anything
None
interesting?
of that stuff.
Is there anything interesting at all?
Hypnotic Spectre's kind of interesting, actually.
That's a throwback. I love it.
I mean, it's a real throwback. All right, so hear me out. Here's my pitch for the Hippie.
All right.
The criticism for Hippie is you pay 3 mana and it just dies, right?
Right.
But that's fucking true of that Goblin so much of the time. If they have instant speed removal, they know to clean it up before you get into the combat step. And if they don't know to clean it up, okay, you got a 1/1, and that's not nothing, especially in a deck like this. But really, War Boss, say they've got the sorcery speed thing, they clean it up on their turn. They get the token as well. It's gone. That's true with Hippie in both circumstances, but if you connect with War Boss, most of the time, it doesn't matter that much. This deck isn't putting on a shitload of pressure, and War Boss is kind of being asked to do a lot of heavy lifting because we're counting on it for damage. But Hippie connects once, and you've already 2-for-1'd them. And it's random.
It's true.
Random.
True.
You've already 2-for-1'd them because they've still got to answer the Hippie. I want to try it. I want to try it. It's so spicy. I really want to try it.
Let's check here. I accidentally took one of these out, so we'll throw it back in. Make sure there isn't anything else that we want necessarily. This is also a spicy number for reference.
Kinda. Things have to be going well for us, though.
I wish we could play this. I wish we had more enchantments. This card was such a bomb in
I
the
just
draft.
like it. I just straight up like the Toad Rider.
It's such a bomb in drafts. I wish we could find a home for it and construct it. I haven't found one yet, and I've been looking.
All right, so Yeheni Undying Partisan. It doesn't belong in this deck, but it's a card I always wish that I could play. Hey, maybe we should consider Bone Crusher Giant in this sideboard over one of these removal pieces. Like maybe instead of the Molten Impact, look at you go. Maybe instead of the Molten Impact, we do the Bone Crusher. Because Molten Impact's trying to 2-for-1 and kind of hit lower toughness stuff. We've got the black spells that kill things no matter how big they are.
Right.
And that comes with that body on it, and it helps us clock harder, which I really want to build into this as much as we can.
Right. Right.
And I suppose we consider doing the same thing with that Murderous Rider. Because Bone Crusher, if it's being deployed to kill creatures and then attack, is way fucking better.
Okay, I'm fine with dumping a couple of Bone Crushers into this side. Let's make sure there's you know what, Chain Whirler.
I wish our mana could support Chain Whirler.
This one's doing some heavy lifting for that mono red deck that I like.
That would hurt us so badly.
Oh yeah, no, it's not going to be for us. We have too many token creations.
Right.
I'm saying I've seen mono red lists and they all run 4 of these in the main at this point.
I love Rampaging Ferocidon.
It's a hell of a Punisher
I'm so
card.
glad to be able to play with it again. I remember when it got banned, I was so bummed out. I knew it was the right thing to do, but
I wish this had a 4-bud so much of the
yeah,
time.
I also wish that was a better card.
Like, everything about this is excellent except that it doesn't have a 4-bud.
I think it would be so much better if it were a 2/4 even.
Oh yeah, 100%. I played it as a 3/3, and if it sits, it's like a hippie. It's like a Legion War Boss. If it sits and they don't kill it, it takes the game over almost immediately. This was such a spicy one to test with for a while.
I love playing with that card. It's
one of the coolest card designs I've seen in a while.
I look forward to playing that in a multiplayer game at some point in my future.
If they had made that red-green instead of black-green, this would have been a staple of Standard. Its one issue is that Jund was not quite as playable as Gruul for werewolves.
It's about to be. Jund is about to be amazing thanks to a certain Planeswalker.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it also obsoletes werewolves.
Maybe, maybe not. You know what? I'm going to play him anyway.
Yeah.
I'm just excited that Jund is going to be tier 1, or at least appears like it will be.
I mean, I'm just going to shove 4-up Nixie into that Anvil deck and see what happens, because I'm pretty sure that's the answer to this format. But we'll see. We'll see.
That could also have Chariots in it.
Yeah.
There's no reason that couldn't have Chariots in it.
Super easy splash.
And it's an artifact you can sacrifice as well when you have redundant legendary copies, and you can use it to make copies of the 3/1s. And of course the Nixilis.
Yeah, the fact that it copies a Planeswalker is so nuts.
Maybe they'll finally ban it.
It feels like they should for Standard at least.
They done should have banned that so long ago.
Or maybe they'll just ban up Nixilis, which would be kind of funny. Although
no,
that's their flagship, right?
I mean, they'll do it eventually if they have to. If they made another Oko, oh no, you know.
Playing against your mom.
Your mom. Bring it.
Good old 97% at your mom.
All right, Mark Hoppus, I didn't know you played Magic the Gathering. I enjoy your work quite a bit.
This is very land heavy. Are we okay with keeping something this heavy?
On the draw, and because one of those lands can attack and exile things, I'm going to say yes.
Okay.
And because we've got a fetch land, yeah, we got strong utility in that land heavy hand, and we're about to get another card. Great. Eye and kill, right?
Yes. I don't know that we kill yet.
Why? They might have a Snakeskin Veil or something. Let's just get rid of that thing before it...
They might, but they're going to play a creature because they have to deploy something to make this worthwhile.
Or they don't have it. Oh, man. You should give them a chance to do it. I mean, what value do we get by
because they're going to go Burning Tree and then...
We're still doing it.
Yeah, but I wanted to make sure this was the Burning Tree build first. And it is. So this is going to be red-green Gruul.
But they could have had an awkward hand where they've just got to go, okay, land pass with a snakeskin up, and then we get screwed there.
I'll just wait till after combat, and that's fine, because then we have Dreadhorde to clean it up after, which is perfectly acceptable to me. Alright, Arcanist, here we go. Let's see. We get to go into Pyro on next turn, and hopefully that'll draw us into some more gas. Alright, so Bone Crusher... We're not swinging here.
No, it's not worth swinging here.
Yeah, this is just a Pyro and mold the hand a little bit, I think.
I agree. And now who cares about those lands, right?
Yep, now they don't matter. Thanks, Pyro.
Spicy.
Yep. So we'll be able to go Chandra, and...
Oh, we're going to be able to, if we want to, crack that Fabled Passage, swing and use the Fatal Push to kill the giant.
Yeah. Yeah. On crop. Ooh, I love that spice.
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay, so here's the real question. Do we double block here knowing he's going to kill the Dreadhorde Arcanist, but trading it a Dreadhorde for a Bone Crusher?
Wait, how are they going to kill the Dreadhorde?
With
with the blocking?
If we double block.
No, I like trading the Seasoned Pyromancer here, taking the damage, and then on our turn, we can Fabled Passage to be able to Fatal Push. We'll take 2, but we can also Unholy Heat the Crasher, and then we're going to take damage off that 2, but they got like 1 card left, and our life total is still around 10-ish. So, no, I guess not.
Here's where I'm going. I think.
Oh, you didn't want to trade it?
We couldn't. They exerted.
Oh, they exerted, of course.
Which is great, actually.
Yeah, that buys us some time.
So I think the play here is passage over to Chandra. Chandra minus to kill this. Leave it back to play protection.
Yeah.
And then we have the ability to get into Unholy Heat and plus and Seasoned.
Yeah, that
turn.
sequence looks great.
I mean, I hate cracking this, but I don't want to take the 2 damage against the deck that's all aggro.
I don't hate cracking it at all.
Well, because Fatal Push, but we don't need it because we're going to Chandra minus.
Our permanents will be dying left and right in this matchup.
Yeah. And now...
And being able to tag that without the 2 damage penalty is a big deal.
I think we still push here because we have Unholy Heat for that.
Yeah, I agree.
And I want to get the value out of these while we can because we're going to win this one on that.
Yep. And we're going to win this one by taking care of business, too, not by waiting to eke out a little bit more of an advantage.
Okay. They might get Chandra. They're going to get Chandra.
They're going to get Chandra.
Okay. Okay. Yep. That's going to happen. Okay.
You got it.
Chandra, thanks for playing defense.
That did a lot of work, Chandra.
Okay.
We appreciate your sacrifice.
So it's Unholy Heat into Unholy Heat off of Dreadhorde, and we have 2 Seasoned Pyromancers to block here.
Yeah.
So we can clear out there. They'll get a 2/2.
So we got a...
We do this first because of Seasoned. We already played our land.
Yep.
And like, yeah, we could double Unholy Heat to kill here, but on crop is a big deal.
Yeah.
I'm doing this first just to see what we grab.
I agree.
Okay.
That's not bad. Still worth swinging.
Yeah.
Out of here.
And I'm totally fine taking that 2-for-1.
Sort of a 2-for-1.
Right? Like, as long as we get this off the board, I'm a robber. Okay.
No, maybe we just 2-for-2 then, and block the 2/2s.
They get a meat hook. Yeah, well, we're going this route then. Well, no, we aren't. We're killing Gruul because we can Unholy Heat.
Okay.
And then Unholy Heat.
Yeah.
Except this exiles it. Well, they get exiled.
So it goes.
We still have another.
We weren't relying on that at this point. That activation was going to be down the line.
Kind of hysterical that they have this. They should play this. It will give them 2 more life against us.
They're playing it.
Yeah, I mean, like, we lose 2 life because of it. That's actually pretty spicy. Okay. So wow, that actually could put enough pressure to kill us. We're doing this in a Seasoned.
Yeah, we got to kill their stuff, though. That's the name of the game. Okay,
that was a much better top deck than they think it was.
Yeah, Meat Hook Massacre making its debut in their deck, great against us. Okie dokie.
IOK probably a dead draw, but we've got Hive. We're going to IOK. I want to know what they've got.
Right.
Yeah, that did the job.
Why'd they hold it?
I don't know. Oh, they wanted to get the full whammy, like the whole wham bam effect of it. Fine by me.
You still have to select one, yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
this makes it a lot better.
This is looking good.
This can deal with the meat hook issue.
It's probably about to turn into a 4/4.
If it does, I feel pretty... Oh, spicy.
It turns into a 4/4.
I haven't seen that before. Land card with a basic land type. Huh.
Wild.
Forgot that was a thing.
That's not as good in Vintage as we thought it was then.
No, not as good, no. Let's see. Yeah, we're just activating.
Why wouldn't we?
We're going smash here.
Why wouldn't we?
Why shouldn't we?
Wait, why? Oh yeah, because we have to.
There we go.
Yep, bring them in.
All right. If they can beat us now, they can beat us now.
Not sure how.
I think we get game 1 against your mom.
We've got game against your mom.
Let's see. Trespasser's still good. Bone Crusher's probably great here.
Probably is.
What isn't good?
Rekindling Phoenix would be great here.
Yes. Hazoret, not so great.
No.
Thoughtseize is not so great.
Thoughtseize is not so great.
And I think the second Meat Hook's fine.
Yes, it is.
This is kind of one of those matches we want it for. I don't see anything else that needs to shift here. Right?
I'm satisfied with this. I'm satisfied with this.
Like, if we were going to push anything, it'd be a Cling to Dust in for something expensive just to take the curve down, but I don't think that's worth doing.
No, we want a high curve. We're on the kill everything plan.
Yeah. So let's kill everything.
Let's kill everything.
This is
kill everything, have a Planeswalker. This is, it's Jund without green.
Yeah, this is a deck that you beat by curving and them not getting the busted Burning Tree, triple Burning Tree start.
And look at all that removal. That's a great hand.
That works just fine.
That's a spectacular hand. Yeah, whatever. Thanks for doing that.
I'm very okay with this.
Black mana.
Yeah.
That was a mistake. Boarding that card in was a mistake.
None of that now. Nothing too fancy. No, no, no.
What your mom needs to understand is that in a matchup like this where you're the aggro deck, you cannot board in cards that do nothing proactive unless they just slit our throats, which that does not do.
Okay, so we still aren't going to crack. Well, we will crack because we can crack that on our turn.
Right, right.
So
let's get us a red source.
Yeah.
We'll push it on our turn. So we can't push it this turn anyway because of its little...
Right. I was debating whether or not
shield.
we just wanted to hold up more, but I think if we top deck it on Holy Heat, we're going to want it.
Right,
so
we can hold it back.
Yeah.
Yeah, play it, crack it. Doesn't matter what you get, although probably black.
That'll be black.
And then kill that guy.
And this is why we play 4 Fabled Passage instead of a Hagra Mauling.
I hope that this game comes down to if opponent just had one more creature, one more burn spell, one more piece of action, they would win, so that they understand the terrible, terrible mistake of bringing that Graveyard Hate in against us.
So is it a Bloodchief to kill it, or is it a Rekindling
It's a
Phoenix?
Rekindling Phoenix. That takes 2 cards to answer, for sure.
I think you're right.
An opponent started by mulliganing with that horrible, horrible artifact.
Well, it takes kind of 1 card. But I'm fine if they want to pop it off for that. Like, that's not the thing that I'm worried about.
Not at any point. We can just start over with our graveyard all the time. That's part of the beauty of these Kroxa decks.
Yeah.
Is they know they're starting over with their graveyard over and over again.
So they get to Crypt.
If they remember to Crypt. Target it. Thank you so much.
Okay. We don't have the ability to pop off Kroxa and get it back, so we don't do anything with Kroxa yet.
No. No, I think we do nothing and then Massacre next turn.
Yep. That's where I'm at. Let's let them overextend into a Massacre.
Right.
And
well, it's just not, they don't even understand that they're overextending necessarily, because you got to follow that Pelt Collector up with something.
Where's the Questing Beast is my question.
Not in hand, I don't think.
Right.
That would have been its deployment.
Alright, we'll gain this 2 life back. And I'm just going to do it for the full Monty, just to make sure they don't have a snake skin.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Show them we mean business.
The Meat Hook Massacre. Unless you have a Tameo's... No, Tameo Safekeeping doesn't do anything. No matter what you do, everything dying, we're getting that 2 life back.
That felt great. That felt amazing. That's what I wanted to see Meat Hook Massacre doing in this deck. Just taking a situation that would have been kind of a fucking problem, and now we're great. And our creatures die so much, you know?
Ooh, there's a spice.
I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it.
Yeah, so I'm doing Kroxa to force them to blow the crypt.
Maybe?
Because they have to. Otherwise, we get to Kroxa it right back out.
Oh.
So this gets their last card, and they have to blow the crypt.
Yeah,
and then we can deploy
Okay, you're right.
Sorin,
You're right.
minus it, get a 2/3 bigger than their whole board. They have to swing into Sorin.
Oh, wow. So, do we...
This keeps them from
Does it
having
matter
critical.
how we stack this, then?
Nope.
Right, so now they got a discard.
If
Dude,
they,
I don't think they get a chance to blow the... They have to do it now.
yeah. Well,
It's
no, because they have Meat
Too
Hook.
late now.
They have, because Meat Hook. That's the thing.
But then we can respond to it.
Nope, because Meat
Oh,
Hook.
right, because it's sorcery speed.
Yep. But we got Ember.
Right.
We got Embercleave. That's what mattered. Embercleave would have been the death knell.
Whoa.
Yeah, that would have been our death knell. And instead, we now get to go, here's a 2/3 that's bigger than everything with lifelink. And you have to swing it.
Have to. Have
So
to.
unless this top deck is absolute gas, this works out really well. Yep, we're good. Okay. So we'll gain 3 life and keep our lifelinker going. And yep, that's pretty good. So this goes, and then we'll
Do
murder
we?
us on their turn. And
Or
then,
do we? Why don't we just murder us and then cast the... Oh, we don't have all that black mana.
Right, right.
That would have been a good reason to make some more black.
Yeah.
Quad black is a thing
But
sometimes for
Trips
us.
Red is sometimes a thing as well, with seasoned into an Unholy Heat or something, or Dreadhorde. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
Trips Red is.
I'm
That's fair.
good swinging here, and then Blood Chiefing 1 and holding back Murderous.
Do we Blood Chief anything? Because they're not getting ahead.
That's a fair point.
Right? We're just... Actually, we could have just not swung. I would have liked that better, even.
I want to put a little pressure in. Okay. So I'm going to murder that, and then Blood Chief that, right?
Is that worth doing?
Yeah.
No, because we wait till our turn, we murder the Spellbreaker, and then we swing with one of our 2/3 lifelinkers. We let the other one hang back, and they can't attack profitably anymore.
If we don't play this now, we're not going to get to play it on our turn, because we don't have 4 black.
Oh, damn it, you're right.
So I'm fine doing it this way, because we're going to gain 1 life back. Yep. Take a little bit.
Where's Urborg when you need it?
Right? And here, we can actually, if we take 2 life, we can Blood Chief and Pyro. Or we can Blood Chief and Murderous. Probably Blood Chief and Murderous.
That makes more sense.
And we'll gain back that life. Thank you. And we'll play this guy. Thank you. And we'll swing in and keep on.
Gain a little more life.
Yep.
Yep.
And now
That looks
Murderous
good.
Rider's better than Bedevil by a fair amount.
Yeah, by a lot.
And we've got our ability to go into Season Pyro.
Let's kill that first.
Might as well.
Why wouldn't we? It's kind of a lightning helix.
Let's smack first. Okay, so they've got nothing. Land in hand. Cool.
Is it? Oh, wow.
Do we hold it for the Fatal Push? No.
Hell no.
No, we
Hell
don't.
no, we're beating them to death.
And that's 3 points if that's land, which it is. And they lose a life because
Yeah.
that dies.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's the 2-0.
Hell yeah.
All right.
Oh, that was a win that felt great. That was just our deck doing exactly what it's supposed to.
And we're into the... Wow, how did we get into the top 1800 on that?
Because it was such a great match.
All right.
Are they tracking at 1800?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, they track now that far because people were irritated when it was like top 1200 gets there and we're only tracking the top 1200. So like people would be at 99%, except they'd sit there for like 3 straight wins. Like, where the fuck is the like? How do I get into the top 12? So they're like just another 600. Screw
Okay,
it.
so yeah, so if you're not close, at least you know.
Right. This lets you know your 600 like gap
Right.
to get there.
Isn't it top 250 for certain things now too?
It will be after this. This is the last month to queue on top 1200, which is why we're trying to do it.
Oh, I
Because
see.
After this month, it's 250, or you have to do the win and in events, and that's the only way in. And 250 is way harder than top 1200. So this is like you can't sit at 250.
Oh, I imagine not.
You can absolutely sit when it's 1200. I've done it 4 months in a row. Just get in there. All right, you want to take the intermission?
Yeah, let's take an intermission.
We're sitting here having a good time.
Put up the deck list for people if they swing by while we're checking the trash compactor.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's throw this on up. Put this on up along with the sideboard. All right, gang, we are going to take a 10-minute break.
Gang, gang.
Have some fun. We will be back, and we'll be running strong till around 7 o'clock. And we're back.
Are we?
We are indeed. We're up, we're rolling, and we are ready for round 6. I still got to go back and figure out what we played round 1. But
didn't slam the back of half of my soda as fast as I meant to.
All right, Rakdos grind. For those of you just tuning in, deck list is sitting like thus. We've done our halftime adjustments. We've taken a look at a lot of the different choices here, and I'm pretty happy with just moving forward. Unless we want to talk more about this.
Nope.
I'm good with it. Let's get some more games in. Let's see. We're sitting at 99%. Yeah, we're almost in the top 1800. It's time to get there.
Let's go on a streak of hopefully winning.
Yeah, let's see if we can smash another 5.
Or lose one and go on a horrible tilt and just ruin the account.
Going up against Universe, spelled that way.
Okay.
At 94%. All right.
That's a cool username.
Yeah. I think we're mulling this one. This is just a
yeah.
little shy of where I want to be. Yeah. That's fine.
That'll do.
I'm going to dump back that Massacre, I think, on this one.
Maybe.
Well,
Maybe it's the Trespasser, because if the Massacre isn't the card for this game, Kiki-Jiki will get rid of it. But if it is the card for this game, it'll be a big deal.
They're on LaRue. We might actually be dumping back Fable here.
Oh, that's a good point.
Because this is going to interact with that nicely,
Yeah.
and this is going to... If they're on the small
Yeah, I didn't
plan,
catch that Luris there. I agree totally.
Yeah. Let's dump back Fable and get to work here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we don't need to filter when we've already got good shit.
Yep, and there it is. All right. Oh, Croxa, why? All right. Yeah, you'll be coming down next. Yep, it's this deck. All right. So, we're a little slow, but we have a meat hook. So, what we're trying to do here... Yes. Is just hope that they push through with another 1/1 or 2. Or they counter that. I don't care if they counter the Crooks. It's the same difference to me. But we want to meat hook, and then when they dump LaRue in, we just start graveyard trespassing everything.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine if we were on the play. This would have been such a fun blowout.
It might be a Arcane Flight, sure. It might wind up being that way anyway, though.
Yeah, this is the blue-white Enchanter deck. That's what we're going up against. There's the Staggering Insight. That's
sure
gonna make it interesting. Okay. So I'm doing graveyard either way here, because meat hook's not gonna kill this.
Let's see what we draw.
Now ooh, they get to draw 2 off the meat hook if we do this though, and they get to keep there. That's not great. Well, this is coming down.
Yeah, that's happening.
So it's, do we meat hook for 1, knowing they get to draw 2, or do we graveyard here, and if they don't have, if either of these 2 doesn't pump here, then we get to meat hook the board next turn. And even if they're drawing 2, they're out the board and we get to exile.
I like the graveyard trespasser here.
I just like
it gives us the opportunity to come out way ahead instead of possibly behind off of our decision.
Yeah. I'd rather play to win.
I think the probability is that this gamble is the safer and higher payoff. I think the other one is more risk and less reward.
Okay, this is still fine. Yeah, we'll take it. Yeah, this is still where I want to be. Yep. Perfect.
Yep.
Perfect. So, meat hook about to shine.
A.
So it's going to be this. The question is, do we want to have the Thoughtseize effect, or here's the alternative. We may want to pay 1 so they don't draw an additional card.
I prefer that.
Okay.
Because we can use the Thoughtseize to catch Luris.
And actually, I should clarify, can we just wipe the board anyway? Because they're going to lose... No. Okay, that's still going to be too big.
Right.
3, yes. And then Trespasser... Does Trespasser swing is the other question.
Does Trespasser swing?
So that we can start dumping these out of the grave so that they don't get to go nuts with LaRue.
That would be my guess, because I don't think it's going to block.
Right, and if they...
Interesting.
Sure. Doesn't matter.
Not how it works, chap. Not how it works.
Yeah, but they prevented us from gaining life, so I get that.
All right, sure. Yeah, I think we do it. We got to start exiling some stuff.
Yeah, if they
I
have
definitely
another,
agree with exiling that for sure.
If they have another all that glitters, they do. What we need is just a fatal push off the top here, and if we get that, I feel pretty okay about where we're at. So, yep, this deck. Yep.
Ruh-roh.
It goes nuts real quick.
I know.
And they've got... Okay, so we have to hit fatal push off the top here for game one. That's
Probably.
where we're at.
Probably. Probably. We've got a little time here.
Not so much. Okay. What options do we have? We can get Arcanist, we can get Kroxa, and we can get Hive out. Or it might be Kroxa plus Thoughtseize. No, because then we're dead.
No, so Thoughtseize is no longer an option. We play Hive. Yeah, we play Kroxa, and we play
Arcanist.
Yeah.
Because there's no reason not to.
Right.
And we buy a turn with the Arcanist is the idea.
Yeah.
And actually we don't. We buy a turn with the Graveyard Trespasser so that Arcanist can get Fatal Push, Fatal Push.
Yeah.
Because I think that's... Oh, Lord.
That's the kind of shit we're going to need for sure.
Don't have an app yet. They had it. They had it. All right. That should be the game.
Maybe.
I want to see what they get.
Blockety block.
Blockety block.
Damnation.
You lose two. Got him.
Got him. All right, that's the game.
And that's how fast that deck explodes. If we were on the play, that would have been a very different game, actually.
Yeah.
Because we would have meat hooked the whole board.
Well, we better bring in that other meat hook.
Yeah, it's pretty important here. Bone Crushers are pretty important here.
The old Bone Crusher. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I like Rekindling Phoenix here. I like Graveyard Trespasser here.
Here's what I don't think we need. Kroxas.
Yeah, it's kind of slow for what's going on. We're bringing in plenty of beef.
Sorin's pretty slow. It's not hard removal. Fable's pretty slow. It's not hard removal. We need all of the interaction we have as early as we have it. There is an argument for Duress and Cling to Dust.
No, we already have 62 cards. We got to find more to cut.
Well, we can cut out all 4 Pyros. They're really slow in this matchup.
Pyro.
Everything we play has to immediately generate.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, dump them. Dump them, because there's better stuff.
Like we could go like that, and now we're out of all the expensive value stuff, and we're into interact quickly, and then value up the train.
Yeah, we still have value, but we got game closing value.
Yeah, yeah.
We're a little bit bigger, and we have a little more value, as long as we can shut them down, which we have to do.
Yeah.
I agree. Totally agree. Totally agree.
Okay, let's push here then. All right, universe, are you against us? We shall find out.
Let's destroy the universe.
Yep. In 100% end.
Okay, that's actually my favorite turn 1 play is Hive of the Eye Tyrant into Inquisition of Kozilek. I cannot imagine a more satisfying land and dispel. I'm thinking... Jeez, man. I'm thinking Light Paws, because that grabs him another card, and that enchantment we got there is going to clean up every other card here. It's got to be Light Paws.
Yeah. Yeah.
Our enchantment ruins what they have right now.
Yep, we let them... Well, they're going to get to go that and Dispel Pierce back, so we're not going to be able to do everything here.
We just got to throw something in front of the Spell Pierce at some point.
Yeah. Which I'm going to bait out with a Cling to Dust.
Yeah, we start with that.
On this, to see if they Spell Pierce.
Well, they also need to leave up blue mana, which they may or may not do.
I think we're still doing this on Light Pause.
Yeah, I agree. It's worth it to draw the card.
Oh no, we won't draw because it's a creature, but we do gain 3 life, and we don't mind because we do need to be dealing with their grave.
Whatever. You're right.
And then they get to go Sentinel, and then we 3-for-1 them and they draw 1 card. So it's 3-for-2. Which I guess... Yeah, I mean, Clean to Dust might have been premature there. Whatever. Push it. You can draw.
Yeah, once it's 3 power, you're never going to pay it anyway.
Yep. But now everything's about to go boom, boom, boom. So, Hidetsugu. This is where you shine. There's LaRue. LaRue, you stop mattering, right? Meow. And I think it's Den and Graveyard.
Yeah.
And now LaRue matters a lot less too.
Yep.
Because we have a consistent way of dealing with it.
Yep.
Sure.
Block, you coward.
I think we're... Yeah, I'm Thought Seizing.
Hell yeah.
They want to
Thought
spell...
Season, exile their shit.
Yeah. Go ahead and Spell Pierce it.
Show us what you got.
Oh, I'm paying it.
Absolutely.
You fool. You fell for it.
That's when Thoughtseize grabs too.
There's the spice.
Oh, and look at, they have nothing. They have nothing. They've kind of got a block here.
I hope they don't. No, because they're going to try and make it fly to race. I'm holding the Fable. Well, I'm playing it, but I'm holding it.
Playing it, but not cracking it. I agree.
Yeah.
And that's for the Fatal Push that we may draw.
Right.
If anyone's wondering why.
Right.
And if anyone's watching on basically anything other than Twitch, please come join us on Twitch. That's where we can see the chat. We are live many places, but we can only see the Twitch chat.
I'm fine keeping this where it is.
I'm, super good with this sideboard plan.
I don't think there's anything that... Like, Kling is the only one that I'm like, eh? But, like, what are we putting...
it's good enough. It's good enough.
Right? Like, what are we putting in place of it, right?
I like the flexibility of it. And it's also a fine card just to be able to pop back with an Arcanist here and there.
Yeah.
Kind of marginal advantage that we're going to need to get under this deck.
Oh, I want to keep it so badly. Look at all this. This is so close.
It's tempting.
This is so close. This is like on the draw and...
It's tempting. This is the rubber match, though. And we're on the...
Right, like one red source away from this being really strong against them.
Fuck it, let's roll the dice. Let's be
Game
wild
3.
here.
It's
Yeah.
Game 3 roll.
What kind of Sith would we be if we didn't keep that?
We've got 2 draw steps to hit a mana source. Yep. We got it.
We got it.
Now, do we Fatal Push it here and they draw a card? Just to make sure they can't Spell Pierce the Fatal Push?
Yes.
Or, no, because we got to wait in case they play the 2-drop. I'd rather, because even if they do that, right, we still get Dreadhorde Arcanist, they have to load up and then we get to Hidetsugu. And if they play Core Spirit Dancer, we have to fucking kill it. Because otherwise the game goes away right then.
Okay, that I support, yep.
Because we can come back from this. We cannot come back from Core.
You're right.
There it is.
Yep. Good move.
Okay. This is happening. Yeah, you're going to get to draw cards, but...
Have your card. But they're going to get to draw 1 card instead of like 7.
Yeah.
With a creature that'll kill us.
And now we're trying to get them to load up with Arcanist. I think it's it's Arcanist.
It's Arcanist.
We can wait a turn on that. We'll still have the ability to move.
Yep. And Arcanist gives us a lot of flexibility too.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd rather force them on the defensive. Oh, this blue-white deck. This is the one that I think Jim Davis went 8-0 with. which makes sense because it is good. Can we just get one untapped mana source off the top? Ooh, well that's a spicy number anyway.
That is a spicy number, so we have to presume that we're walking into a Spell Pierce. I'd wait on playing the land. Let's think about this for a second.
We could Duress and then get the Fatal Push through, because unless they have double Spell Pierce.
Right, the Duress will either catch the Spell Pierce or they'll cast it against it. Yeah.
And we can pay the 1 off of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Perfect. Enjoy the conundrum.
I'm willing to do this. Are you willing to do this? What you gonna do? Because I'm Fatal Pushing that Light Pause. Unless you have double Spell Pierce, that's happening.
It has light. Oh yeah, it's when you target with enchantments, it grabs.
There's the Spell Pierce.
Yep, awesome.
And now we get to pop the Fatal Push without the Esper Sentinel also.
Yep.
And
gorgeous.
This is going to go into Hidetsugu, and if he puts Luru into his hand, we don't care.
Yep. And we should get black because I believe we no longer have double red in the deck.
There's Luru. There's the Curious Obsession. Yep.
Sure. Sure, sure.
Which Hidetsugu's going to get. I'm going to do this right now so I don't forget.
Yep. That's a blowout when that happens.
Yep, done it once. It's not fun. Okay, so Luru is going to get back one of these cards, potentially. But we get to blow up everything.
Yep.
And we get to Duress.
Yep.
And yep, they get to draw first. That's fine. Down it all goes.
Let's see what they've got. And we get the information. I like that a lot, too.
Okay. So they are going to try and lock with Selfless Savior and Luru, but we have Bone Crusher and Fatal Push, so we can get around it.
Yeah, I think we take the Arcane Flight, the other escapes.
Yes. Yes. So they go Luru, Selfless Savior. Oh, they don't have enough white mana. Okay.
Awkward.
So they get to Arcane Flight because we took that instead of the Sentinel. Whoops. Alright, we made a mistake.
Maybe, maybe not.
Yeah, that's definitely one. Because now that's too much power for Bone Crusher to get.
Hello there, who popped in?
Oh, Icewater96 has joined the order. Right on.
Hell yeah.
What's up? Okay, so there go the Graves. And I mean, we can swing. Okay, here's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
We Thoughtseize, then we swing to Thoughtseize again. They will block. We'll get to Fatal Push.
Totally.
I think that's the way.
Yeah.
And actually, we wouldn't even need to. We could Bone Crush it at that point.
Yep.
But this way, we wreck their hand while we're doing this.
Yep. And probably we do Bone Crush in that circumstance.
Let's see. Right? Okay, what's the pick here?
Okay, so if they don't
They're going to be able to
block,
bring it back if they don't block, right?
Then Arcane Flight, I guess?
No, I'm grabbing both of these so that they have to try and bring them back.
Okay, fair enough. If that's the way it goes. Right. Of course. Do they block?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why wouldn't you? Yep.
And Bone Crush.
And now they don't have any creatures to load up.
Yep, that was excellent. That was excellent. What a great sequence that was. And now that magnificent enchantment turns into a threat.
And we get to go like this into this.
That feels great.
With a Fatal Push back on a flip.
Amazing.
Yeah, this is the spice.
That is the deck working the way it's supposed to work right there. Fantastic.
Okay, Loving Bone Crusher.
Fantastic. That is satisfying, isn't it? Woo! Yeah.
Oh, that felt good.
We got a heater right here. We got a heater.
Are you going to try out Explorer when it drops? Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
For sure.
96. Absolutely.
I'm going to call it Dora, though, because pronouncing the word Explorer and enunciating it completely seems like it takes so much effort.
Right?
Right? Not just being like Explorer or Explora.
Yeah.
But if that, it's Dora.
Let's see. So we went 2-1 over, that was blue-white, what do they call it? Enchantress, basically?
Enchantress, sure. That's what I would call it.
Right.
Because I'm a paper boomer.
Right.
Back when decks had names.
Just calling it Pioneer Light. Yeah, that's definitely what I've heard from a lot of people, the Pioneer Light format.
Pioneer Light.
Yeah, for now. Hopefully it goes back a little bit more, right? But yeah, you know, Pioneer Light, I'm good with it. Let's see, it drops, what is it, does it drop at midnight tonight or something? Because I know it drops on Thursday, I just didn't check what time it drops.
I think the reset hour in our time zone is 3 a.m. So you have to be quite a degenerate to hit it, which I've only done a small handful of times. A small handful of times.
Oh, definitely a few times, yeah. But yeah, we will be trying out Explorer. I'll be dumping in a ton of packs, so we'll have the whole format day one, and we'll be able to have some fun with it.
Yeah, he has a problem.
I do, a little bit. Or is it the solution? Anyway, I'm good with this.
Lands and spells.
Yeah, lands and spells.
And if we don't like them, one of them's Kiki Jiki.
Right.
This is so much better than old Kiki Jiki. At first I thought that was a fixed Kiki Jiki, but it's a more broken one.
Yeah, it's pretty gross. I love it.
Or maybe a fair one, because Kiki Jiki sucked unless it was doing something that broke the game in half.
Okay, so this is kind of a weird scenario. We can take their only threats, or we can leave it for the Blood Chief Thirst and take out the Chart of Course here.
I like taking the Chart of Course.
And make sure that they're going to get a strategic planning. They're going to get to do a lot of this.
So the Chart of Course gives them 2 cards.
This is true. This is true. Although, not if they don't find another threat.
Then we're going to win anyway.
Right. So, yeah.
This takes their strongest set of draws and makes it weaker.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
And they're going to get to draw a lot of cards with all that card selection they have.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. Okay. Down goes the dragon.
Bangarang.
And we can push over towards probably Fable is where we'll go next.
Probably.
Get that value going.
See what we play, or see what they play, see what we draw.
Yeah. What I like about playing against these Izzet Phoenix decks, and that's what this probably is, based on the cards we're seeing, is that they spend a fair amount of time just kind of dirtling around, and we don't. We get
whether they're Phoenix or not, it's like an Izzet spells matter, and the creatures, for one reason or another, care about them.
Right. Right. Let's see. How are we dumping the Kroxa? We might be dumping the Kroxa here on Fable.
I think so.
And the Blood Crypt.
I think so.
And pushing over. Yeah. Let's go for some more gas. I think it's midnight in the Pacific time zone. Okay. Okay. I don't know what the Pacific time zone ends up being for us. Okay, do we drop the Hive here? We've already got Den. And, well, no, because this exiles from Grave. Yeah. So we keep the Hive for that reason.
Yeah, we
alone.
do.
Okay. Spice. All right.
I feel like the Pacific time zone's a place where you would definitely have better things to do at midnight.
So I'm swinging before I cast anything to see if I get the treasure token.
Absolutely.
So that I can go Thoughtseize into Chandra.
Absolutely.
Okay, we're going to get it. Nice. Running Phoenix and Paper in Pioneer right now, with Pioneer coming back as a primary PTQ form. Phoenix is fun. I think it's more fun in Pioneer. Yeah, Historic it's a little bit more neutered. You know?
I remember being really stoked about playing Pioneer when it got announced, and then COVID happened, and
that was the end of it. Yeah.
I guess it wasn't the end of it now, though.
Well, that's true. Okay, we can Thoughtseize here, or we can Hive into Chandra. And do we want the Hive active next turn?
Well, we can also Thoughtseize them and then decide what we want to do, because we can also play Fabled Passage into Chandra.
Right. But we can't, in this scenario, we can either we can do Hive and Chandra, or we can do Thoughtseize and Chandra, but we can't do Hive, Thoughtseize, and Chandra, right? So that's the question.
I think it's Thoughtseize Chandra.
Probably, yeah.
Hive is an I ran out of cards card. We're nowhere near that.
Right, right. And this is really more to just see if we can grab the last of the gas.
Right, and if for some reason we see a reason, if for some way we see a reason that there's something in their hand, oh, we want Hive for sure next turn, we still have the ability to drop
Really,
it.
a lightning axe in response. Wild.
Let's take that Lofty Denial.
Don't need to.
Really?
Yeah, it only does it for one. And we're
oh, true,
gonna,
they need a threat first, yeah.
Now they have no gas. So we just get Chandra down and they have a counter that's dead. And we have a Chandra and a Kiki that's about to pop with a Seasoned Pyro.
Yeah, that's pretty damning.
This feels like where I want to be.
This feels disgusting. Let's shock them.
Shock 'em. Created my Phoenix deck 2 weeks before everything shut down. I could have top 8'd that tournament. Yeah, that's rough, man.
If it's tuned, you got some pretty good odds. It's
yeah.
You have to get on Magic Online to even test, unless you got a test group.
Are you talking about Moto?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
old
Moto.
Yeah.
It's not like you can play Pioneer anywhere else.
Yeah, it's true.
So people are going to be loose. I mean, the meta will be really underdeveloped.
Yeah. Okay, so this turn, Hive's going down. Chandra's killing that, and Crooks is coming out to play.
Yeah. Everything about this turn looks amazing.
And next turn we'll be able to Kiki and Pyro.
Yeah, that's
Kind of silly.
we got this game in our pocket.
All right, Crooks will go boom boom. And out goes your Lofty Denial? Probably, unless that last card's like a land, and even then, I'd probably just keep it. Ugh. Okay.
Oh, got the test group at the LGS. Yeah, you're in good shape
Nice.
then. You're in good shape. A lot of people are going to be rolling into those early tournaments with no experience or Moto experience, Moto experience is probably not great.
Okay, they get the Chandra, and we get the Flame Blessed Bolt of Phoenix. That feels good. That feels good.
What are you thinking about updates for that shell?
Yeah. Yeah, where are you at with updates on the Pioneer Shell for Phoenix?
I'm not exactly a Phoenix person. I wouldn't mind a little insight myself.
Yep. We're going to Flame Bless that. We're going to dump out an Arcanist because we don't have enough red mana. And then we get to...
Just stompity stomp, stomp, stomp.
Yeah, there's no reason to copy this even. So
Nope.
we're just going to smack. Kiki, you done did your job. Otawara. Alright.
I don't know how we could lose from here.
I don't know.
I felt that way for a while, though.
Blue Wrath of God. Alright, let's get this prepped for game 2.
Spectacular.
Going up against good old Izzet Phoenix. So it is...
So we want that cling.
We want the graveyard and we want the cling. Bone Crusher's not great here. This is a spot where Molten Impact and Murderous Rider would have been stronger, but that's okay. Meat Hook's also not great here.
Rekindling Phoenix is pretty good.
Yep. Phoenix is Gruul. Yep, that's good. I am not
Hazoret's not great.
sure. Yeah, that's a bit much. The rest of this seems pretty good. We just need to cut one. So it might be the second copy of Fable because 1 is fine, but 2 is never what we really want to see.
Is it maybe 1 Seasoned Pyromancer instead?
Yeah.
To avoid the awkward hand where you've got 2 at the same time and have to discard 1. And
I can see
this
that.
isn't such a slow matchup that we often get to do the 1/1s, and when we do, they almost never matter.
Now, do we want the hippies for the spice over the other seasons?
Yes. Yes, I want to know.
Right?
I want the season. It almost doesn't matter here except to recycle our cards.
Right. Right. And this can block Arclight. And then we
Yeah,
can exile
push come
it.
to shove, it can block Arclight or
And then
whatever.
It combos with exile
Yeah.
effects. So there's at least that, right?
Yep. Okay.
Cut Crackling Drake or Thing in the Ice, adding Consider and Treasure Cruise on the shell. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, Thing in the Ice, I know that card is a beast in Pioneer, so I don't know on that one, frankly. It's... I mean, Treasure Cruise... God, Treasure Cruise is unbanned in Pioneer? I did not know that.
You can cruise in Pioneer, huh?
Man, I've got to look into that format sometime. I'm waiting for them to get it on here.
That sounds... I actually have a bunch of cards that I thought would be totally pointless, but like I started a Pioneer collection when they started the format, and then I just gave up instantly. So like maybe I'll build something with Siege Rhinos. Fuck it.
I have no idea. Pioneer is not a format I've spent any time on because it's not on Arena, and Moto is not where I go to play.
I mean, I've got my...
But like, it's a cool format, and I want to learn it. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's start with take 4 Thoughtseize. Heavy on Winota. Oh, Winota. Oof. Ifte. Ufte. I know it's that way for Explorer. Well, yep. That's an easy pick. We will... Oh, I'll play the Dreadhorde Arcanist.
Heavy on Winota and blue-white control. I play Abzan into it anyway. I don't care.
I guess they can't alter Teferi for that format, right? So it's still the 3-mana bomb.
Yeah.
BNR in the next couple weeks. Yeah, I can see that. Ooh. There's some spy. Ooh, thank you.
Down you go.
Before that gets out of control, let's just be done with it. And we'll move it right along.
Street sweeper, baby. Not ready to let it go.
Okay, so they've got all the lightning axes.
Yeah.
But it's going to cost them 3 cards to kill Graveyard Trust. You know what? We can do Fable, though, here. And it'll cost them 2.
Yeah, but why not start just getting things out of the graveyard? Because then they've got to reanimate Phoenix right away if it hits.
My idea on this is they waste the first one, then they can't kill this, and it'll just keep eating their grave for the rest of the game. And also, this is going to shape our draw a little bit more, because I'm pretty okay with losing some of these. I don't know, where are you at with it? You think the Trespasser to force the 3-for-1?
Even if we blow them out if they do that. Look at this hand. Then the Phoenix will handle theirs easily.
That's a good point. Time Raveler is banned. Yeah, that makes sense. They didn't ban Treasure Cruise, though. That's fascinating. I remember when Treasure Cruise...
They don't have fetch lands.
Oh.
Right? I mean, yeah, it's not easy to just fill the graveyard up like that.
Oh, they didn't even kill it. Okay.
Amazing, and it's nighttime. So, attack.
Yeah, before all else, let's do that.
Let's beat the hell down.
That seems rough for them. That was a little late on the lightning axe if you're going to do that.
Unless they want to get their stuff in the graveyard now after they kill the thing, so that we don't exile the good stuff or whatever.
Sure. Well, I mean, they'll get lightning axe 2 of and a faithless looting, and then we get to dump a Phoenix into play, I think.
Yep.
Right?
Right.
Or is it Fable? It's Phoenix.
Yeah.
Why am I asking? It's Phoenix.
Yeah. Phoenix, they'd have to go crazy just to catch up with it.
Yeah, and I want to put pressure on fast. This is if you top deck Arclight or Crackling Drake, I don't care that much, and also pressure. So we go this route. And next turn we should be able to dump out... Well, we can probably play out the Dreadhorde Arcanist at that point. Yep, alright.
Young Peasy.
Akon and Young Peasy. Meta is pretty healthy right now. Just have to figure out a way to speed up the deck without sacrificing structure. Lotus Field, blue eye control. Yeah, I can see that. Absolutely. Okay, so we're smacking down.
We're smacking down, I think, double spell?
Yeah. Yeah, double spell, leave the den back. We don't really need a man land. What we need is to curve them, and this will give us an option.
Right. And maybe we top deck a land, in which case I would probably dump one, keep the den.
Possibly. I might dump both just to get gas going, though, because we can still get Hive, and Hive is better than this in this matchup.
We can, but den is gas.
True. Either way, let's put up all the pressure.
Put it up.
And like Young Jeezy's cute here, but I don't think it's great. Did we?
It's horrible here.
Did we take out the Meat Hook Massacres? We did, right?
I think so. And I still would leave them out.
Yeah, no. Like, that has to hit turn 2, and it's like the War Boss conundrum we were talking about.
It's worse, because in this situation, Young Pyromancer is just a blocker.
Yeah.
And it's just a blocker that makes blockers.
Yeah. They get to go, okay, so make some more blockers. That's fine. We're still going to be able to swing Fatal Push, and... I mean, I'm fine with that trade for that and one of those, and they get 2 back, and we're still smacking them. Oh, and there's nothing. They have no gas. Okay.
Perfect.
So I'm dumping both.
For real?
Yep. There's the hive. Never punished.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous. That's fine. I'll just draw the better one.
Right? Every time. Every time. We're on a heater, man. You got to trust the heater, right?
Why win when you can win more?
Okay. So Fable and Hive, I think.
Absolutely.
Let's just present lethal in one turn. There we go.
Bye-bye.
And that's that.
That was great. That felt definitive. These have been feeling really good, the matches today with this deck.
Yeah.
They were really rough before those changes yesterday.
Yeah, they were feeling much closer than they needed to.
And we are... What are we now? Is that 5-0? 5-1?
We have a win here that we're not even showing.
Okay.
So we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6-1 with this now.
6-1, and our loss is to an unbeatable match where we still picked up a game.
Yeah, you don't beat Niv-Mizzet with this deck. Niv-Mizzet beats you.
Yeah.
In Soviet Russia, Niv-Mizzet stomp you. All right.
In Soviet Russia, it's also Ukraine.
Oh my. Okay. Any other alterations we're thinking of before we move into the 8th round?
I think it looks great.
Okay. Double checking here. For those of you just tuning in, here's the deck list. Here's what we're rolling around in. Trying out a few different pieces. The hippies are very much a spec scenario at this moment.
Not just a specter, but a speculative specter.
And the massacres are, to a degree, still pretty speculative.
That I disagree with. That I absolutely think the one main deck massacre is perfectly placed.
I'm fine with the one main deck. I don't know if the second one is a thing or not.
I'm curious about that one.
And that's how I feel about the second Hazoret. I think the
I'm
one
curious
main,
about that as well.
Right, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 slots essentially. About 5 slots, I'd say, that are up for grabs.
Actually, if I were to consider making one change right now, I would drop that Hazoret off the board and just grab another Phoenix, because they have been great.
They are really hard to deal with.
And drawing the second Rekindling Phoenix is awesome, and drawing the second Hazoret doesn't suck, because you can dump it to Hazoret,
but it's not the same as...
You can't deploy it.
Yeah, and Phoenix just puts in so much work against these Izzet Phoenix decks, too.
Well, blocking flyers and being the flyer that goes over their stuff, and it's just serving a lot of purposes. It's an excellent Swiss Army knife here.
Yeah, yeah. All right, we have almost cracked the top 1,200. We started at 96%. We went 6-1. We're sitting at around 1,300, almost probably 1,400 by the time we get our match. We're just trying to break into the top 1,200 and keep it rolling. You know, if we can do it, we can do it. This account should be qualified. Whether it is or isn't, we shall see. And that was 81% against Sebaste. That was the last one. And this is God of War.
God of War.
All right. It's sitting at 81%. And
they got on Arena really early to get that one.
And let's see. This is fine. Yeah, lands and spells, baby. We're against Yorion, so we're up against a control build. Probably, yeah, we saw it yesterday. One version of it, at least.
Mm-hmm.
But either way, we just deploy and we go quickly, and Season fixes the fatal pushes that are dead in our hand, basically. Okay, this is going to be a different build, then, from yesterday. Let's see what they do. What do you got? What?
Well, take the Antique Collector.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Okay, so we definitely take this. This makes it impossible to push through them.
Right. That's,
So
that's a hell of a card against us.
We take that, they get to go Paradise, get a Verdurous, and try and go ham, and we get to blow things up. And that's the way this goes.
Or we Thoughtseize their shit.
Yeah, let's start there. I like that. That's more fun. No.
See ya. Play it untapped.
That's tempting fate.
No, it's not, because
it's the same 2 points, right? Except
right, it's the same 2 points. There's no risk in them attacking if it's tapped.
Okay, that's a fair point. That's a fair point.
So that, yeah.
Okay.
See? Pass, maybe.
I like my hand. I want to kill this stuff, but like...
Right. I don't think we need to get on the board. They don't have shit here. Let's just wait. We're going to continue making land drops, you know?
There's the Yorion.
Yorion in the grip, that's cool. Yeah, just make the land drop and pass. Nothing has changed.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do? Like cast Yorion? Who cares?
We will murder it.
After killing both of those things. Or maybe we'll just get a meat hook massacre and really clean up.
I'm gonna pop this.
Oh, absolutely. Especially with the other one in hand.
Let's see. So we have double red, double black. We want a
More
third
black.
black.
Yeah. Especially with the Murderous Rider in hand. Quad black gets really good. Hey, hey.
Playing this in case.
Yeah, just in case.
And this for 1. Yeah. Yeah.
Hasta luego.
Mañana. That felt good.
Hey, look, we got that life back anyway.
Okay, that felt kind of filthy.
Super filthy. This is the kind of deck that should be kicking our teeth in.
There it is.
Yep.
Do we need to crack the Fabled?
Let's see. Do we have 5? Yes, we do, because then we crack it, we get black, so if we draw land, we can murder and then cast the Rider.
Okay. Yeah, we don't need to do much with that right now.
No.
Yorion for nothing.
Air Elemental Yorion. Well, slightly larger than Air Elemental.
Now, do we want to cast Murderous or do we want to cast Fable here?
Hey, can you move that? I can't see the chat.
Oh, yep. I hate Yorion. Yeah, yeah. Oh, we only had 5 lands. That's why.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Big, fat creature. Every time I cast a Verdurous Gearhulk and had to do that, I always felt so sketched out. You feel like you're never going to get to connect with it.
Okay, so we need a seasoned here because we have a lot of dead stuff.
Yeah, let's season it up.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah.
We need to kill the 8/8 Trampler.
Awkward.
Yeah, turn over. Take 8.
Interesting.
Okay.
Oh, because they're going to get back the other Gearhulk. Wow. Okay.
Or the Yorion.
Or the Yorion.
Probably the Yorion.
Yeah, that is how this deck works. Take it? Yeah.
Yeah. It's trample.
Yup. Okay. We needed another red. Not another black. That's the problem with going quad black. Oops. Otherwise we'd be able to Croxa. So instead we're gonna Croxa. We're gonna do this either way. There's no scenario where that doesn't make sense.
Right, we gotta do it. Oh, shit.
You were thinking Fable, Fatal Push, Hazoret?
No, I was thinking... Well, I guess we don't have the time for that shit either. Shit, I don't know. We don't have a lot of time for anything.
No, we do not.
So...
I think we have to sculpt.
I think you're right. We don't know what we're about to see from opponent. We're going to need to get Croxa back and just super block that Gearhulk.
Yeah.
The only thing I was considering doing differently was activating the Eye.
Except it only gets 1 and they've got like...
Right. But then they put that Hornet Queen in the graveyard and it's like, what's the difference?
Right. We need something that wipes the graveyard. Oop. That's pretty good. Alright, so...
We're in trouble.
Yeah.
But again, this is... Yorion, like Niv-Mizzet, should knock our teeth in.
Yeah. Just a deck that goes way over the top and has enough recursion to really mess with us.
Mm-hmm. Almost doesn't matter.
Yeah, my guess is we're losing this one, but I'll play it out a little bit longer. Mostly I wanted to see what this last card is, too. Skyclave.
Wow.
That's pretty good.
No attacks. Can't attack. So if they want to...
Oh, Skyclave is the win right here. They just Skyclave the Kroxa and smash, and that's the game.
Yeah, but are they greedy? I mean, they are because they play Yorion.
True.
Are they greedy and stupid?
That's the question.
Is the God of War too enraged by the prospect of enormous value? I've seen it happen to so many Magic players. They're just too hooked on the value. No, God of War knows what's up. Yep.
Let's see. Is there any pushing back with this Fatal Push? Because we can get...
No.
A 2/2 is all it gives us, though, right?
Yeah. We're at 1. There's an 8/8 Trampler, man.
Yeah, that's the problem. We can actually come... If that wasn't Trample, this would actually be okay. But, yeah, there's no way through this. Okay. Well, let's see what we can do on the board. Hippies are a thing.
Yeah, I like Hippie here.
I like Graveyard Trespassers against decks that are doing this. They have a lot of exile. Rekindling Phoenix is not strong against Elspeths and Skyclaves, so there's not much to be done there.
No, it's not terrific.
Meathook's not amazing, frankly. It
no,
was fine in that circumstance, but
we got lucky with it being okay.
We can lose a Flame Blessed.
The Fatal Pushes are not at their best here. I think we can lose those.
Let's see what we... I mean, they've got a fair number of drops for that.
Right, but we could play Bone Crushers instead to the same effect, but also have a creature. And we're still 2 cards over.
Okay, but we're also up on the curve. Is there anything we want to mess with on the curve?
Not really.
Okay.
Not really. We've gotten a little faster. Yeah, I think it's fine. Unless you want to try and squeeze a Duress in, but I don't think so. There's too many permanents here.
No, I don't think Duress. I just want to cut one more from the 3 curve because we just jacked up our 3 curve pretty high.
It's not a big deal.
16 3 drops.
It's not a big deal. It's a sideboarded game.
You really want to lose all the Fatal Pushes?
I really do. I really do. Who cares where it's on curve if it's just sitting in our hand forever?
Okay. We'll give it a shot. We'll give it a shot. Let's see if we can steal a couple of games from God of War here.
We need impactful plays.
Sure.
And we need pressure.
I think the interesting thing, I'm looking at what we've beaten, and it's been aggro, lost to Niv-Mizzet, and now we're playing against another control. So this deck does have issues with the control builds.
It has the issues with the mid-range decks that go bigger.
Right.
These aren't really control decks, they're mid-range decks that go bigger.
Right.
I'm interested in seeing how this performs against control.
It's where we can stand to make up the most ground, too. Mm-hmm. Because we have sideboard slots that can get pushed in that direction. Right? Over Arcanist, I think?
Yeah, for sure. Arcanist doesn't have anything to play with yet.
Well, it's more of a question of, like, do we do the Arcanist to give them something to kill so they don't kill the hippie, right?
If they can kill the hippie, they're probably building towards whatever they're doing. They're playing a million cards in their deck. And mana creatures and... Right, they're trying to go big.
Yes.
And this is exactly the kind of card they're not prepared to deal with.
Sort of.
Until they get that. You know what I'm saying, though.
Yeah, but this is where Arcanist would have been huge, because we could have gone Unholy Heat, kill that, and then attack, kill the other one. We're still going to kill there.
If they had exactly that. Everything gets so diluted when the deck's that big. And the general theme of this deck is that it's not going to have a ton of spot removal.
Sure.
And it's going to be building toward bigger plays.
Well, they missed a land drop, which is why we went there. Because we, even at 3, they don't have the other pieces they need. What do they have? Scavenging Ooze. Oofta.
Pretty good.
Yeah, that's very good. Okay. Yep. Shut it down. We're gonna dump out these this Kroxa and Arcanist probably.
Yeah.
And see if we can find an answer for this ooze and get going on that. Yes, you get to.
And this is why this kind of deck is so hard to play against. because their stuff starts getting just a little bit bigger than us.
Yep.
And we got to answer it, and while we're busy answering that, they go enormously big.
Yeah. Yeah, no bueno. That's for sure.
And this is just a dynamic weakness of the approach of the kind of deck we're playing, is that you're just going to lose to the bigger decks doing bigger things with bigger mana, unless there's a way to attack their mana, which I don't think there is in this format, and quite intentionally so.
Yeah, I don't know that there is. I think we have our issue here, and I don't think it's a solvable one.
No, it probably shouldn't be. It's a good check against this kind of a deck. Every design should have a weakness.
Okay, so outside of Croaks...
I mean, from a gameplay point of view, designing the game, not the deck.
That was our mistake, though, was playing Croaks instead of the Dreadhorde. Otherwise, we would have been able to get that out, and we'd have some more pressure to deal. But that's fine. That's good to know. Let's start with Thoughtseize. Because if it just comes down to beating Ooze, we have a chance. If it comes down to more than that, we're in trouble. That's the problem.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. We're going to lose.
That.
Yeah.
Has to be.
Definitely. Definitely that.
And whatever we try to exile, they'll get with Ooze.
I think we can concede here. We have 3 lands. There's nothing we can draw to get out of this. Their creatures are bigger, and they're about to just pull way ahead on value.
Okay, so they didn't make the mistake. I'm okay with this. If we get a fatal... Well, we don't have fatal pushes.
Even if we did, what sequence of having fatal push involves eventually winning this game?
Getting rid of Scavenging Ooze is pretty good.
We get rid of Scavenging Ooze, but then we've got to deal with everything in their hand, and our resources are so limited.
Again, if we had Arcanist, and then we have Thoughtseize plus Fatal Push here, there's something to be said for going that direction. But yes, I don't believe it's going to work. That said, I'm going to give it a moment before I go that way. Why that? What do they get from that?
That doesn't make sense.
That doesn't make sense. We'll let the opponent. Let's see if the opponent gives it up, I guess. Maybe they do.
It wouldn't be the first time today.
Right? So we can Kroxa to hit the last night. And then...
That's something.
Like, the Scavenging Ooze is all we have to really handle here. This is taking over the game. Let's see. Sorcery, enchantment, instant. Yeah, we have Delirium, weirdly. If we had another Unholy Heat, that would have been cool.
We're not attacking.
No, not into the Basri's. No. And... Oh, they just wanted to make sure they could pump this up huge with the Castle Garenbrig. That's what they were going for.
Okay.
That's fine. We'll chump here. Yeah, I don't care about Yorion that much here. Okay. Right? They get to make this a 7/7, so we can't answer.
We die because we're at 7.
Then it's like this.
Yeah, that's prevents us from losing for a turn.
That's okay. This allows Murderous Rider to stay on task. Yeah. Start there. Or do we want to swing first with this so that we can get a Dreadhorde into that? That's more like winning. That's less like losing.
Yeah, that's more like winning than losing. Same number of blockers. Gets 2 damage in. Deploys hand. I like it. And, I mean, we're down... No, same amount of bodies, more cards in hand at the end.
Yep.
Definitely the way. And they blocked. That was dumb.
They're not making optimal decisions. They are at 81% here. They're They didn't make optimal decisions game 1 either. I wasn't really expecting it. So they get to Yorion.
That was so loose. They're at 19. They're the ones pressuring us.
A little bit, yeah.
That's so greedy. That's so loose. That creature was worth a lot more than 2 life.
Yeah. My kingdom for a fatal push. Oh well. So we learned our lesson. This is why we keep in fatal pushes.
Yeah, in retrospect, should have kept some number.
Based on how many 3-drops and 4-drops, I still would have kept all 4.
Didn't see that many in game 1, though.
No. We saw the Paradise Druids and the Collectors, and that's it.
Right.
It was definitely not set up for this matchup in particular.
Got to block with something. I think it's probably, yeah. They can just get rid of our graveyard.
Yeah. Abyss.
Mm-hmm.
And then they flip the Skyclave.
I think we get a creature if they do that.
They did, yeah, but they get rid of Seasoned.
Yeah.
And we get a 3/3. And they have... Again, let's see if opponent beats themselves, though. They do it so much more than they should, you know?
Yeah, they do, especially when they're way ahead like this.
Yeah.
It seems like this game should have been over already.
I think it should have been, but that's okay.
Okay. That's just not enough.
No.
That's just not enough, because we could drop it, we could kill the Apparition, chump block the Ooze. I guess we could swing, see if Yorion blocks. Yeah, swing, see if Yorion blocks. If it does, we Chandra.
No, because
kill Yorion, we lose anyway. Yeah, okay.
So we do this, we plus it. And we have an Unholy Heat left in the deck. So we do this, we plus it. If we hit the Unholy Heat, we hit Skyclave. This is at 5. They can't kill it with Yorion. We have another blocker. And we're still in it with the ability to draw into a Murderous Rider.
Or do we play it, we minus it, we kill the Apparition, we get an additional blocker. The Yorion has to tag the Chandra, we buy another turn.
Okay. We can do that. We can definitely do that. Let's go this route.
I guess the Yorion could come at us, but that's not going to be lethal.
Not lethal, which is important.
And it's kind of the same thing if it gets Chandra or if it gets us, because really what it's taking away is access to one card. Yeah,
it's one turn, one card.
And we're going to see those cards probably one way or the other.
Mm-hmm. And there we go.
There it is.
All right, so we're getting hit Abyss style.
Yep.
This is why I like this more than, ooh, not quite. Well, this is coming in. So I like the Graveyard Trespassers more than I like the Hippies, and yeah, whatever.
Yeah, but we've already got 4 Trespassers in.
I know.
I mean, I definitely like them better than Hypnotic Spectre, for sure.
I'm saying I want something at 3 that's a little more robust than a Hippie.
I agree. I agree. I totally agree, but like, we looked at the options. Maybe we should look again, but...
Yeah. Yeah, I think after this game we can take a quick look and see if there's any way to shore up. I don't think there is a way to shore up these matches. We may just want to focus more on making sure we take down, like, Enchantress.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think we just throw our hand... Like, maybe we get it because of a play error from our opponent or something, but we just throw our hands up in the air. We lose this matchup almost every time, and we focus on trying to beat everybody else, you know, like a good Jund deck does.
Right. Ah. Skyclave Apparition's gonna cost you. Gotta pay patrol toll.
Cost them, but not much. And we get, well, we get to tag that thing down, don't we?
Yep.
block the thing we gotta block.
Get Abyssed. We're 2 for 1-ing against an Abyss every turn, basically.
It's kind of absurd that we're still in this game.
We're gonna see 2 more cards.
Yeah.
If we see a Murderous Rider, we have a shot.
Yeah.
It's kind of wild that we have a shot.
Although, at this point, it almost has to get the Yorion.
Okay. That should be game.
Almost certainly. We're going to draw 1 more card. Let's go ahead and see it.
Yeah. Yep. We'll give him 1 more. 1 more time. By the way, for those of you tuning in, if you are out, we are streaming live to Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch.
But Twitch is the place to be.
Twitch is where we're chatting. And if you're sitting around in the chat, come say hi. Come have some fun, huh?
Hola.
Life is short. Let's play Magic.
Right. Life is short. Let's avoid it and do this.
So Scavenging Ooze is the only reason they won.
Yes.
Everything else we could deal with. Literally everything else we did and could deal with. Okay.
It was Scavenging Ooze would not have mattered if opponent were playing tight.
True.
If opponent were playing tight, we lost this game no matter what, and it happened a long time ago.
True. Back to 1800, right at the edge. All right, let's take a look here. This is, let's see, how many matches in are we? We're 8 matches in. That's pretty solid so far. We'll probably end up 10 matches deep on this one. We've been moving pretty fast in Historic today. Yeah,
let's see what 3 drops are available.
Yep. All right. So we need. I'm gonna put 2 and 3, and just check.
Sure.
And see what we got. What are you? Oh, right, the Cool Doomblade. I keep forgetting I've got it.
Oh, I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
I know, right?
I love that.
Some sick art.
Okay, well, this was a victory no matter what.
Right?
No.
I haven't even seen some of these. Man, like, I crafted some of these and didn't even look.
Wow.
I was just like, I don't know, I gotta have one of everything.
Wow. Wow.
So I'm just checking it out. God, that's some sweet art, too. Oh, Wizards.
I guess if we were trying to put on the pressure, Skyclave Shade is a consideration. Is that what we're trying to do with that slot?
No, I think the slot's on the side. I think we're going to end up cutting these 3 and saying, what decks do we need to beat? We need to beat Affinity, we need to beat Enchantress, and we need to beat Izzet Phoenix. And those are 3 things that we can focus on.
We got a lot of stuff for them already, though.
We do.
And we've been beating them already, and it felt pretty comfortably.
Not Enchantress. Enchantress was as close gets. I would like a few more cards for that, because that matchup is so damn close. And it's critical to win that, because it is, at the top, it's one of the top 3 in Historic. The fact that we haven't seen more of it is because people hate playing with it, because it is annoying.
It is annoying.
But, like,
Protect the Queen is always annoying.
The pros love that deck. And I know that because I watched that Mythic Championship where the field, I mean, Jim Davis exoed everybody with it.
Really quick, why do we not have 1 Valky somewhere in here?
It's real slow for Historic. It's just really slow. Like, there's no other piece with it. It's just really, really slow. So,
These games have been going really long, man.
Yes.
We are slowing the game way down.
But not 7 mana long. They're going 6 typically, 5 sometimes. But even so, like, Tybalt's is a 1-for-1 that they can answer potentially. I don't know. I'm back and forth on it, but Tybalt's would not have...
Such a high quality card.
It would not have solved that last match, though. We only got up to 5
No,
mana
it wouldn't have,
right?
It wouldn't have, but it was a Yorion deck. That's... If we want to solve the puzzle presented by Yorion, we don't play this deck at all.
Right.
Okay, Murderous Rider I could see having another copy of because we've been praying for it so many times.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a big deal. Let's see. I missed this one so much. This was such a fun card back in the day.
Yeah.
What else is there? Too slow. Love it, but too slow.
Yeah. So now this
is hysterical.
Not good enough at 2 mana.
This is hysterical. I've seen this played to great effect once or twice, and it was really funny when it was. Against the Izzet Phoenix deck, where they were like, you just go turn 1, any IOK Thoughtseize, grab any instant, and then just dump that next turn, exile it, and now it's 2 damage every time they play it.
You got to be a pressure cooker of a deck to do that, though.
Yeah, it's part of mono red strategies. They
Right.
just board in 4 of those against Izzet Phoenix and go nuts. And they don't have the IOKs, but they don't care.
Izzet Phoenix plays its cards.
Has to
Right.
kill your stuff quickly. So I did not see the new art for that. That's awesome.
That is pretty cool.
Done a really good job on this art. I love it. Goblin Engineer deck. I think what I want for the last 2 slots are enchantment and artifact destruction to a degree.
Maybe. If we can find something that does part of a job while clocking, that's the ideal thing.
Right, that's the dream. Absolutely. Smoldering Egg's too slow.
That werewolf there.
If it connects, it gets pretty good, but is it better than Robber?
I don't know. I don't know the full text of the card.
Oh, this?
Yeah. First strike, and then if you attacked with it, you can cast that. Okay. And then double strike, same ability.
Yep. It's fine in Alchemy. You run them because if they don't have the answer, it goes nuts. It's kind of like the same principle as Hippie, but at 2 mana.
Okay.
But it has to connect in a format filled with removal, and that's the problem I have with Hippie.
We're playing creatures too. We're playing creatures too, and so many of our sideboard games, we are trying to clock. We're trying to get more cards, and even if they clip it right away at 2 mana,
right,
we've started the day-night cycle, so our graveyard trespassers can come down fatter potentially.
Yeah, there's that. I think it's trying to correct for a matchup we're going to lose, though. Instead of enforcing the ability to win over the ones that we need to beat. Like, I want to dedicate the last 2 right here. Straight up Enchantress. I want to know that we're going to win that match.
I don't think we can know that we're going to win any match, but
you know what I mean. I want to tilt the scales pretty hard. And there are ways
I wonder if that card isn't part of that puzzle, though, because does it wait, hold on a minute. We're not playing any Kolaghan's Command. Should we be reconsidering that?
That's kind of what I'm wondering, is if there's anything fun.
That's a trap. I've tried it so many times. That's a trap. I haven't tried it, I can just tell. That's a trap. I've tried it a million times.
It's okay commands, and cut ribbons, possibly. It's kind of like that Molten Impact, except it might actually be better.
Yeah, that's
interesting. I don't think it's strong enough, but it's interesting.
Sorcery speed bothers me. I like K command. I think we should play 1 K command over a Spectre anyway.
Yeah.
And now we've got something to answer an artifact.
Right. I like that. That 2-for-1's the Affinity matchups at instant speed. I think that's important.
There's enough places where you want one of these that we're going to pick up some percentage points, and that's how you do your Jund business.
Right.
That last thing, I am kind of curious about running one of that legendary werewolf that can pick up cards, because part of the way to solve your problems in this deck is to cast more spells.
I want to see if there's anything interesting running around that just blows stuff up that we need blown up.
A Braid is a strong sideboard choice, especially next to 1K command. That gives us a more robust anti-artifact package. But it's also an extra piece of removal when we just want to kill everything.
Yeah.
Which happens.
Well, and we could run a Bedevil.
I think that's just a bad card. We've got so much removal, we can use the kind we want that's good.
I could see one of Braid. And actually... the question is whether or not to run one of these because we get Arcanist back.
Okay, let's think about that. And if we were going to cut something, I wouldn't have it be a Braid, I would have it probably be Duress.
Oh no. No. I love the Duress as one of. It's spicy. The second Phoenix I'm debating. But otherwise, I like almost everything else here. The question is, do we want...
I think we got to play with the two Phoenixes for a while, because we haven't seen it much, but we've had our ass saved by Phoenix a lot of times.
We could also run 1 by Force.
That won't do anything if we're Arcanisting.
No, but it by itself is a wrath for the artifact deck. At 4 mana, you're blowing up their 3 most prominent artifacts. That's kind of insane.
That's a card that's just for Affinity, then.
Yes, exactly. A 1-of, just for that matchup.
But we could also play an Abrade instead that goes in against Affinity. It's another piece there. But how many matchups have we had? And you're talking about wanting to beat stuff like the Enchantress decks. You beat that shit by killing all their threats.
Yes.
And you kill all their threats by using removal, which Abrade is. It's instant speed removal, and it can catch their shit even after an enchantment hits it and gives it a 3-butt. And these kind of decks wind up working because the sideboards are versatile and you can pick up percentage points.
Right. Just make sure there's nothing else at 1 mana that's Arcanistable that's interesting.
No.
For Enchantress, it's kind of interesting.
It's pretty bad in a lot of other places. It's pretty bad there too, because they've got their 1/1s to play next to it.
Yeah, there's that. That's good against Enchantress.
It's super narrow.
It is. I don't mind having a narrow card here and there, though. I don't like having a lot of them, but having one here and there, I'm not super opposed. That's an interesting one.
It's a trap.
Nice art.
Yeah.
That's just beautiful. I didn't know they'd done all the art shifts. They shifted a lot of it. There's another Faithless Looting.
Oh shit, there is. Good.
It's like, I knew it.
Good.
It's like, I want to see... Yeah, okay, it's the only other one. Okay. There's another Flame Blast Bolt, too. Good against Phoenix, good against Affinity, good against Enchantress.
It's okay against Affinity. So what we're doing is we're having a card that's better against Phoenix versus one that's better against Affinity, and I am not sure which of those is the call.
Well, it's Phoenix and Enchantress it's good against. Because it's 1 mana, it's coming back with Dreadhorde Arcanist, and they do play a plethora of 1/1s, and half the time, if you don't have Massacre, you've got to kill off the Selfless Saviors first.
Actually, I'm leaning into it just because when they're on the play, having the 1 mana removal is pretty big.
Yeah. The question is, do we want anything over 1 more Bone Crusher? Because 2 mana versus 1.
There is that. I do like that Bone Crusher helps solve the problem that these kind of decks wind up facing a lot, where you bring in so much removal that you can't close the game. And remember, that's where this deck was when we picked it up.
Right.
Is that this deck was struggling to close games, and Bone Crusher helps close that gap between competing interests.
You're right.
Which is, again, why that Hidetsugu enchantment is so good.
Yeah.
And why Phoenix is so good. They all are solving problems for us, and they're helping us close the game.
All right, so is there anything in the sideboard now that you're like, eh? Because I kind of like where this is positioned.
You know, by the standard that I was just talking about, every single one of these cards fits. Because it's either something that works really well with Dreadhorde Arcanist, or it's helping solve our problems while helping close the game.
I think this is a good build. We are absolutely going to lose to the bigger decks, but we should be wrecking everything else.
Yeah.
And going into especially on Arena, I don't know that I'd take this into if there was a historic event that wasn't on Arena, but there isn't.
That's impossible.
Right. But I guess on a Mythic qualifier, I don't know that I would take this, because Arena slants towards aggro for grinding on the ladder. Because you don't want to spend as much time playing control as you would if you can get quick wins with like Enchantress. You know what I mean?
Whether I would take this into a higher level competition tournament, from my point of view, would be how familiar am I with it against the format. Because if I feel that I know how to run this through tons and tons and tons of permutations, you know, almost to a heuristic level,
right,
and that through those heuristics I can see through to more complex scenarios that are maybe really corner case or corner case and a couple turns down the line, then I really like it.
Sure.
But if I cannot play it at that level, it is a double-edged blade, because the complexity can work against you when you're playing against highly skilled opponents. So if I were a master of this deck,
sure,
I would take it. If I anything less than a master, I wouldn't. Not for something that competitive.
So rocket like your Reed Duke on Jund.
Well, that's why I like playing Jund all the time. Because when you, when you really master one of these decks, though,
yeah,
I mean that's kind of the thing with Reed Duke. Like he can win when no one else can.
Yeah.
Or like Guillermo Wafo Tapa with the sort of control decks he builds. He can win with those decks in formats where no one else can.
All right. I think we're fine with this. We got lands and spells.
Lands and spells.
That's good enough for me. They're on the play. We have Phoenix. Okay. Die. No surveilling.
Die.
I mean, maybe not Phoenix. It might be some weird deck.
It's
but
possible there's a world in which we should consider sideboarding some number of Dragon's Rage channelers.
Oh.
That could be sort of an interesting switcheroo. The problem I have with it, though, is that people are going to bring in their graveyard hate against us, of course, and that would have us leaning into it more.
Yeah, that's begging to get blown out.
Yeah.
But I like the idea of it.
This opponent courteous enough to play a really, really nice-looking Faithless Looting instead of an atrociously ugly one.
Now the question is, do they dump 2 Phoenixes, play a land, and go opt, or opt consider, or opt Faithless? Like, how busted does the hand get?
If it's that busted, I don't know why they're thinking so hard.
Okay, so they got the first part of that equation. They don't have the second. Okay.
Groovy.
I think we're on Fable.
We are, absolutely.
And we'll do that route so that we have doubles of each.
Yep. Next turn, we could potentially see 5 cards if we wanted to.
Yep, and they have removal in hand, or they would not have paused after Fable resolved, but not before. So we know they have some amount of removal sitting around.
Those Japanese character lands are cool, even on Arena.
Yeah, they are.
I kind of thought I wouldn't give a shit, but they are pretty cool.
It's the problem, right?
Right.
You get started, you're like, oh, but it's...
I already have my lands I like, though.
There's the finale. Okay.
There's fancy new shit all the time. Finale, so good for this deck.
Except I love that they're playing it there. I don't think that's correct.
No, unless they get one screwed.
Phoenix. Well, they get 1 Phoenix and nothing else, right?
Do they? Was that their...
Yeah, that's their third, because they get Flame Blessed, Finale, Faithless. So unless they... Yeah, they should only get 1.
Flame Blessed.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. We are dumping out a couple of lands.
Yeah, let's throw away the things that are not Fabled Passage.
Right? We're just going this route?
Yeah.
Are we trying to dump out Seasoned Pyro instead of the Swamp? No, right?
No.
Or do we care about the Hazoret at this point? Is that going to be too slow?
That's a good point. Maybe we hold the Swamp and dump Hazoret.
Because Hazoret's probably too slow. We have Gripful.
Yeah, we're not going to get there.
We're just trying to
And we're probably playing Sorin here anyway.
Yeah, ooh, it might be Thoughtseize and Graveyard Trespasser, actually.
That's also reasonable.
Like, I don't want them to have more gas, and this might...
That's also reasonable.
Yup.
Yikes.
None of that, and... Yeah, I don't care if you Unholy Heat this.
Gotta give it all up to do that. So, what do we... No, because they're playing with the flashback guy. We should have taken a spell.
Sort of. I want to... There we go. Okay, they have to give it all up to do this.
But they can't reanimate a creature. They can reanimate spells, though.
No, but it's just the 1 life difference. I'm not sure that that was correct for reference, but we are giving it a shot, and... Sorin.
Sorin, produce a vampire, play passage, but don't crack it?
Yep. And then if they... Depends on what they do here, what they drew. They have to draw something pretty relevant, because otherwise we're just gonna blocky block.
Yep. So in this context, I'm in favor of cracking it now because we're not waiting for a fatal push to kill that thing. And we get to thin.
Now do we crack the sword to get a 2-3 so we can copy the 2-3 and get going?
We get a mountain this time, so remember the triple red to do the Croxa thing. Okay, what were you saying?
Oh. Oh.
We
No, I
soaring
think
up.
we're plus, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Do we get meat hook?
Sure.
Whatever.
That's worth it.
We'll season dump.
Yeah.
And keep the flame blessed for the Phoenix.
Totally.
Cool. Yep.
Seasoned Pyromancer is such a great card.
And we get to copy it. And dump and get more of an army.
We've been playing this deck a long time before we got a chance to copy a Pyromancer.
Feels pretty good.
Yes, it does. Wow, look at that card selection.
I'm just dumping this down tapped.
Yeah, absolutely. We are still a mana-hungry deck.
And that is an army in a can.
That was filthy.
Yeah.
Totally filthy.
That was look at all the cards, and there we go. Okay, so Izzet Phoenix. And now, hello. Hello.
So this Jund thing that
Hello.
we're talking about with, you know, Asika's Chariot copying Planeswalker tokens.
Yeah.
Also copying tokens that Kiki Jiki made is kind of lit.
Yeah? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was in the deck, too. It was Fables, Obnixilis, Asika's. Yeah, I see what you...
Yeah.
Okay, so Meat Hook comes out, Hazoret comes out.
Yep.
Where else are we trying to...
What are they? They're Phoenix?
Yeah, Phoenix for sure.
So yeah, we got our Rekindling Phoenixes.
We know they're going to play Stormwing Entities. We know they're going to play Dragon's Rage Channeler, so Bone Crusher comes in.
Perhaps. Some of the Hidegetsu consumes all.
I think one, yeah. We can lose some stuff here, though. We should lose some stuff. What are we trying to lose?
Okay, can you pop the... I'm having trouble seeing the deck.
And actually, this is probably easier. Yeah. Okay, so we've got 7 to cut. Let's see.
I don't want to play the duress here. I don't think it's good enough.
Okay.
I'd scale back one Croxa.
Okay. Actually, scale back 2. It's pretty slow.
I support that.
We've got.
And they're going to have stuff to go after our graveyard, probably.
We're real heavy on the 3-drops again.
It's just going to happen.
Well, we can cut a couple.
Keep in mind, some of those 3-drops are Bone Crusher Giant.
Right. Well, we've got 30 seconds to cut 4 things.
Okay. My guess would be Pyromancer because our card quality is high enough that we probably don't need it as badly. And because that way we can lean harder into double black mana when we're fetching shit and selecting.
I'm doing it like that. I brought it in clean.
Okay, let's do it.
Alright, let's give it a shot.
So no need for double red until we're casting a Chandra or a Phoenix.
Yep. We have a weak point with not having good answers to Stormwing Entity.
No, that's not true. We've got multiple answers to it. We've got 2 Chandras. We've got 2 Murderous Riders.
Let's take out the best card in their hand. I think it's Opt. Because they can sprite into our Fatal Push.
Yeah, I agree. It's Opt.
And we don't care about that. And that we don't want to put out for them.
Right.
Like, this just locks them into this hand. Which I'm definitely a fan of locking them into.
They don't get to opt out of it. See ya, little dragon.
Hush, little dragon, don't you cry. Okay, so... Oh. Okay. Do they get to go land Stormwing Entity? Because that's the nightmare. Okay, they didn't get to do that. I think we're dumping... God. We're just playing them out in passing, I think. As much as I want to thin, I want to keep these for fatal pushes if we need them.
We only need to keep 1 for that.
So thin it?
Yeah.
Alright.
Besides, this also represents that we might do that to them on this turn.
Right. True, true. True, true, true.
Oh yeah, here comes a fatal push.
Just kidding.
Definitely a swamp.
Okay. Deck. We need less land. If we do this, they might get it right back because of Go Big Bing Bing, right?
I would not be in favor of killing it if we drop Chandra. I would be in favor of bringing Chandra up. And if they want to get rid of Chandra, they've got to attack it and throw their damage at it.
Then we might as well kill it. Because then, same thing, they still have to throw the damage at it, but then this is off the board unless they have 3 straight spells.
Yeah, fair enough.
But is that better than just IOKing and taking 3 to the dome?
No, it's not. Let's just... Oh.
Okay.
Actually, I was in favor of the IOK, but this works too.
Well, it also means they might have to blow their wad just to kill a Chandra. And now we just get to draw another card unless they go land into that? Okay.
Just have to have something to kill it with. A fatal push will do.
Yep. Any push will do.
Yuck.
Drawing a lot of lands.
Yeah, I don't know here.
It's got to be that because of Phoenix. We can't let them get Phoenix back, so we've got to keep them on this plan.
Land, pass, make creatures on their turn? Or I don't think it's worth doing now.
Yeah. It's not worth doing right there. Why don't they run Hall of Storm Giants? I haven't seen that even once. It seems like something you'd run one of, right?
Yeah, that's the thing about running one of. You don't always draw it.
True, true.
I really wish that just made goblins.
Right? These aren't even artifact. Oh my gosh.
Brutal. Alright, at least we got a creature to attack with.
Yep. Okay, all of our basics are out.
Okay, in retrospect, I don't think they'll do this to us, but by skipping the land drop, we would have given our... Oh, no, wait. Gus puts it back on top, doesn't it? So it's not
going
like
to the bottom.
right. But it's not like it goes to hand, we get to replay it, which is what I was thinking initially.
Yeah, but I know we want to put it on bottom.
Absolutely on bottom, yeah. Yeah, we are now or never to deal with that crackling drake, and it's never.
Okay, drew way too many lands. Moving on.
Yep, that happens. Okay, we got a little more time to think about this sideboarding now, though.
Yes, we do.
What, if anything... I think we pull the other Kroxa for some more filtration. Just from seeing that, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think this does enough, because they are boarding, preparing for us to mess with their grave. Like, none of this was...
Yeah, you're right. We saw that before. They take out the 1-drop, and... and that becomes that.
Anything else we need to do here?
I'm just thinking...
I like where the rest of this is positioned. It's a lot of filtration. It's a lot of good stuff.
1K command might be better than one of those Bone Crushers. It's doing the same amount of killing, but it might get us something back, and it might blow a card out of their hand here. And blowing a card out of their hand is probably more useful in this matchup than resolving a Bone Crusher Giant, the creature.
True. True. Okay. Try it like this?
Yeah, that looks good.
Like, I can see an argument for one meat hook, but I'm not sure I want it here.
I'm not into that.
Yeah. Alright, Ryan FMTG. Are we going to win and get back into the top 1800?
Here's hoping.
Lands and spells, baby.
It's a fine start, too.
I think I'm doing Haunted Ridge tapped, right?
No. Thoughtseize. Every time.
Okay. No. You may have a consider. You may not have card advantage. Okay.
Yep.
care about your Arclight Phoenix. That's going to get solved. And we are going to Fable. And we are going to Fable nicely.
Mm-hmm.
Yup.
Feels good.
Yeah, it does. It does. So, there's the Unholy Heat. Do they have the Stormwing Entity? No, they don't. Okay, good to know. I'm dumping one Blood Crypt here, I think.
For sure.
No, because that's the second red source.
Oh, you're right.
So Swamp.
Swamp and probably Pyromancer.
Really?
Maybe? Well, no. You're right.
I think it's just a 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tapped land. Pass.
Yeah. We're waiting for them to do stuff here. Yep. Figured that was coming.
You shall die.
Shoop. Shoop-de-doop.
That is so much better than a Bedevil.
Yeah. This over Graveyard? No, it's Graveyard here.
Yeah,
we get going.
Against the Phoenix deck for sure.
Yeah, we get going. And you're right, we'll take out you. None of that coming from a Finale of Promise. And then if they hardcast the Phoenix, we just bolt it and get back to our turn, and then we win. And if they don't kill this, and I mean, if they kill the Kiki, it's okay, but if they kill this, it's a bigger deal. If they kill neither, then this is going to go nuts, and I'm going to exile their whole grave.
Looking good so far.
Well, the bright side is, over the course of a day and a half, I feel pretty confident in what this deck is designed to do now.
I can't wait to play it in the format. For months and months. Yeah, this deck is going to... It's interesting to have it this good and this tuned going into the format, though.
Right.
And to have a list this tuned it's going to be under the radar.
Yeah.
Because not enough people watch our stream, clearly.
Okay, so we're smacking here first.
Yeah.
And we're exiling the Abrade. We're just, again,
yes.
No damage stuff, no Finale Promise to 2 for 1 on that.
Take their options away.
And then I think it's Phoenix.
Oh, absolutely. We use as much mana as we can, and that card is tremendous against them.
And that pushes them into having to do a lot.
Offense, defense, that Phoenix does it all.
What do they have? What are you going to do against Phoenix? I love that we just have this sitting here, too.
Right.
And we're just going to get there, and the life gain off of it's not going to be small. Yes. Oh, I'm not blocking you. I don't even need to. Okay. Yeah. Love this.
Let's see it. Drop them.
You don't get to play
flop it down.
Counter spells at all.
Skidamarinky dink.
I'll put that on top.
Yeah.
Sure.
So that's a great draw. Thanks.
Okay.
Nothing we can't handle.
Because they're playing a Chandra, do we dump the Murder Strider into play? Because otherwise they can Chandra minus and we don't get to kill it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I like that.
Like, I'd rather make sure they don't get to do much, and we're not swinging here.
Yeah.
We're just waiting.
Yeah, I agree.
If they want to do Chandra, they're going to do it to their detriment. And I'm going to blow up the board if they do it. Because they don't... Okay, they can... Ooh, spicy. Okay. Spicy. Okay.
Very nice. Now they'll clock us for 2.
They will probably...
Or no way, they already did a thing? No.
They're going to kill that discard there. Yep. There goes the land. Yep. And they hold back? I mean, they don't
They
have
clock
to.
us for 2. At least that. Well, no, because of the removal. They know we have removal.
They don't know that we have all of it. That's the fun part here. Okay.
I support the swing for 2 here on the opponent's part.
I think we're doing this and then killing that.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And then we're blood chiefing here.
Yeah, why the fuck not?
And we can race the Phoenix that they're going to deploy by having our Phoenix next turn. And then we get a Seasoned Pyro.
All that lifelink.
Yep. So now we should be okay, barring weird top decks. This is the corner. Did you get a Finale of Promise already? You don't have any in here, so I'm not worried about that.
They did a lot of digging. That's also a card that makes sense to sideboard out against people you know are going to be bringing in graveyard stuff.
Yeah, true. Okay, so you get the land, you got to dig, there goes the Phoenix, then he gets to swing. No swinging.
That makes sense.
Okie dokie. I'm still playing this.
Yep.
And I'm not swinging.
No.
No sense in trading that.
Only note is probably should have played the land before the Phoenix, therefore we could be representing Fatal Push.
But no way to use it. Right?
If we had a black up, you know, they could play their 2-drop haste or whatever, or maybe kill our thing, and then, yeah, we could use it.
So they get very grindy post-board.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's always the way that deck has been.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm absolutely big time behind minimum 2 Rekindling Phoenixes on this board. It's a huge part of why this is all working for us right now. What's in our graveyard that we might want back?
Graveyard Trespasser?
Yeah.
But we don't have enough mana to do both, so we can wait till their turn.
Yeah, we can wait. Why not?
Well, if they kill and then smack, that's a big deal, but...
Well, what's the alternative?
Seasoned?
Oh, shit. You know what we could do is we could swing with the Rider and bait them into blocking.
And then Culligans it?
Yeah, possibly, or if they block with the Phoenix, that works too.
I mean, if they have Aether Gust, it's a bit of a blowout, but not terrible.
True.
Not terrible, though.
Can't play around everything. Let's make them have it.
Well, if they just block with Arclight Phoenix, that also suggests some things.
But if they block with Arclight Phoenix, it goes to the graveyard, and then we could, like, K-command to pull it back with its ability on the stack and make them discard a card.
Sure. Let's try to be sneakier than that. Okay.
So don't auto do shit, please. Do we have full control? Shit. Should have done full control before we did that. Lesson learned.
I really thought it was going to go on the stack. That's
I
annoying.
thought so too.
All right, well.
Seems like things that go on the stack should go on the stack.
I think we're doing this to bring back Graveyard Trespasser and make them discard now.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you want to have answers, you're going to need them quickly. Okay, so it resolved. What's the discard? Land. Okay.
So they have 1 card and we have
2-2. Phoenix v Drake, 18-17. That's about as even as it gets, frankly.
Yeah?
What I would love to do is top deck a land so I can go Trespasser, Pyromancer, draw 2.
That's what we're hoping for here.
Weirdly, that's the dream, is draw land. Just 1, though. Okay, sure.
Arclight Phoenix.
I'm not going to block that.
No, you're not. You're not going to block anything.
12-3. We're putting it on top.
Gotta.
Boy, those Aether Gusts do some work. All right.
They are good.
Okay, so we need them to top deck a land here. The Rekindling Phoenix is good, but did not solve this. And they have no man lands or this game would be done. Note to self, if you play Izzet Phoenix, play man lands. Come on, you're not that lucky. You're not that lucky.
Whiff.
You're not that lucky. Come on. Okay.
We're going to get our draw step anyway.
Not necessarily.
I think we are. Oh. Yeah, there's the draw step. So...
Seasoned.
It's got to be. Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Play the land pass.
I'm holding it up. No.
Playing the land indicates we think there's going to be another turn for us, which makes them think maybe I shouldn't just attack with everything.
Oh no, they're going nuts now because they've got the arc lights and the ability to get the second one back now.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll do it.
Their top deck of expressive iteration after we evened the board was the problem. If they didn't do that, they would have been in a lot of trouble. And now they get the Phoenix. Okay, so we see how big they've gone here. That means that our sideboard strategy has to be somewhat different. And these Aether Gusts definitely change my opinion on how good Phoenix is going to be here. Because that is 4 mana to get blown out.
Sort of, but they've got to get rid of it because the Phoenix clocks them and it solves their creatures. I still like the Phoenix. I don't know what's better than it in this match. And it's good in a lot of other places too.
It's got some merit to it. But
Phoenix benefits from some of the same things we do, where there's not just a clean solution for it. You've got to get there with value in the other games.
Damage-based removal does not seem amazing against them.
No.
Trying to hold down the fort does not seem amazing against them.
That is fine as long as removal backs it up. It can hold down the fort for a little while and then win the game later.
What we needed was more removal. What I think I want to add is quite simple.
There's got to be something better than that.
Is there, though? 2 mana, instant speed, can't be hit by Aether Gust, blows out everything they play.
So what's that, over a Bone Crusher Giant, maybe?
I mean, I don't think we can play 3 Murderous Riders.
Are there 2 in the main? No, there's 1 in the main.
Yeah. You want to dump 2 Murderous in the side?
No, I'm saying if you're going to play a Doomblade, I think what we cut is Bone Crusher Giant.
Yes. Diversity. It's the solution here. Still, that's not going to be a clean answer to these Crackling Drakes that are, you know...
Yeah, it's a card disadvantage answer. I'm not super into it.
I'm not either, but I need to find a way. Like, okay, is there a 1 mana one? Because then we can use Dread Horde to get the advantage.
Is there
back
a 1 mana that can kill...
without going
Okay.
nuts? We need... It's a thing. Actually, it's probably the thing because it's good against Affinity and it's good against Enchantress.
Can you play the kicker when you Dread Horde it?
You can.
Okay. Yeah, I like that better than Doomblade for sure for that reason.
I think I want it more than I want the bone. Okay.
Hang on a minute, though. Hang on a minute. What I like about Bone Crusher Giant here is that it lets us kind of split the difference on this tension we've got of too much removal and then can't close the game. Because there are still the matchups where we try to kill everything post-board. And Bone Crusher giving us a way to kill something early and then be a source of pressure, while also combining nicely with K-Command.
Then my vote is the second Meat Hook goes.
That's an interesting call. We haven't really boarded it in much.
We didn't at all. Except for Gruul. We boarded it in once in 9 matches.
It was very good there.
It was, but
and actually
it would also have been good.
Yeah, but it's kind of, you know, we only played Gruul once. We do have sort of a soft spot to sort of like go wide sort of shit like that Gruul deck was with the Bloodbraid, whatever. That one you play and then it makes the mana and you just play another. You know what I'm talking about?
Burning Tree Emissary?
Burning Tree Emissary. That goes kind of wide with the emissaries and the early drops, and then tries to get you with
this is slow.
Embercleave or whatever.
This is rather slow for that.
It is. That's a good point.
Like, this will be at least an early answer, and we get back into the game with it.
But the point I'm making, though, is that like they went kind of wide for a minute, and it helped us solve that problem, and they're not the only deck that goes wide. And we do have a blind spot to that unless they're going wide with 1-drops. And we don't need to have a blind spot to that. I mean, I think it earns its place because there are going to be some decks that make tokens or some shit like that.
So what's the cut?
What is it you just added instead of it?
Bloodchief number 3.
That would probably be it for me. The Bloodchief number 3. Or the Duress. I haven't been a fan of that at any point.
I'm good with losing that. We're not trying to beat control.
Yeah, it's also not how you beat control with a deck like this anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, it's awesome if they're control and they let you have an Arcanist, but...
So we went 6 and 3 overall. Yeah, just a quick recap here for everybody. 6 and 3 overall, made some different changes. Pieces that are worth knowing. This deck can and should win against pretty much every aggro deck as long as you're playing tight and you're doing what you're supposed to be doing and your draws aren't terrible and variance doesn't kick you in the nuts.
Sometimes even when it does, though, the games that we've won against the aggro decks have felt like commanding wins.
Minus one scenario where they Pithing Healed Chandra instead of beating us.
We weren't playing as tight as we could have in that game either.
No, we weren't.
But that's the double-edged sword of this, though. Your opponents make mistakes, and you've got to learn the deck really well.
Yeah, they get to make mistakes, you don't.
And I'm glad that we put in the reps with this because
it's a cool deck.
It's a really cool deck, and it's going to get some interesting tools really soon.
The fact that Fable and Obnixilis are going to exist in Standard all the way on down to Historic is going to be interesting because I think Obnixilis is going to be a card that gets... I mean, it's going to see serious play in Standard. I would be surprised if it didn't see some amount of play in Alchemy and Historic as well.
It's an obviously powerful 3-mana Planeswalker. I'm afraid it's going to have to be banned.
I don't know if it will in the older formats, but Standard, I would wager gentleman's bet, like straight up,
that it does get banned.
Yes,
I'm not betting against that. I think it's going to be one of those cards that maybe it doesn't get banned, but like we spend 2 years wishing they would.
So it's like a Seeker's Chariot.
Right, and because it gets to play with it too, which is so ridiculous.
That's why I think it's got a shot at getting banned, because those two combined into like...
They'll ban a Seeker's Chariot first. People are super tired of it, and it's going to rotate in the fall anyway.
Yeah, that makes sense. Don't ban the flagship Mythic, ban the old shit.
Right. But... yeah, I don't think it's like an Oko level thing, but...
Nah.
Okay, I think it's like Rakdos to Fairy, potentially.
Yeah.
It might not be that good, but it might be that good. And remember, we were looking at Teferi, and people were like, oh, it's like a mana war, but you don't get to have a creature. This isn't that great. They just shock it or something, and who cares? And
you fools.
No, Teferi is like, you just can't play an entire class of decks in any format that's in, and because it did so many little things, and Obnixilis looks that way.
Yeah.
Like, it just does so many little things we won't really know until we're playing with it, and I don't believe that their play design people were capable of putting together the possible permutations available, because they allowed it to exist at the same time as a Seeker's Chariot.
I watched Croaky's run it this morning with Obnixilis. That card is absurd if it doesn't get answered immediately, so it feels like Teferi.
Yeah. And
it does protect itself with the 1/1 devils that ping out. You know, like it's got protection, and if you get to keep plussing it, you are invoking Despairing them every turn. That's what happened. Like I watched the copy it, and then Asika's, and then copy it again. And there were 3 of them, and he just +2, +2, +2. Invoke, invoke, invoke. Because it's either discard a card or you lose 2 life on the plus. Just invoke every turn for 6 life. It was wild. So that card, personally, I think that's getting straight banned out of Standard, but we'll see. With or without a Chariot, that card is absurd.
I hope it doesn't have to get banned.
Yeah.
Because I love it. I love it already, and I don't want it to be one of those I felt that way about Goldspan when it was printed.
Yeah.
Where I loved it, and then I hated it in a month and a half because you couldn't do anything else.
Yeah.
And it dictated the way the entire format worked. We'll see.
Oh, don't worry. I'll be blowing 4 Mythic wildcards on Obnixilis either way starting
might
tomorrow.
be getting them right back.
I'll take that bet every time, Wizards.
Hell yeah.
Anyway, that's all from the Dark Stream. Thanks for tuning in.
Peace.